Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody this morning? You're not here yet, but that's okay. I am waiting for court. Right now it is silent. Yeah, it's silent. A little bit of a dead silence here. Waiting for court. Just a little bit about myself. My name is Nancy. I am Hot Coffee True Crime Chats, known on the internet as Hot Coffee Chats. I like to follow true crime trials and I enjoy going into some deep conversations about trials. I am not a lawyer. I am certainly not a lawyer, but I am a trained journalist who enjoys covering live trials. So, good morning, whoever's on. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes. Are we ready for another exciting day? So, anyway, yes, I enjoy covering live trials, and I have a background in journalism and I have a degree in journalism. I have a degree in writing. So this has really been exciting to start doing live streams. It's been a journey so far, a wonderful journey. So anyway, who's ever online, pop me a hello. Good morning. Love to see who's here. Okay, well, it would help if I put my comments on, right? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. It is a pleasure to be here. All set up, ready to go. I believe that the court was on, but we don't have anything going on yet. I don't know what's going on. Happy Halloween, by the way. Halloween. Happy Halloween. Um, it's interesting how I feel that the defense has really stepped up to their plate yesterday, I mean, and really kind of connected the dots and to who's just to give me a clear picture that I really truly believe the whole Adelson um, family was totally involved in this. And yeah, I apologize. The court is still not here yet. And let me see if I can get a better. Um, Yep, we're still waiting for the court to come in session. I'm waiting. It's be late.
Morning, everyone can be seated. Good one.
Looks like there's some action going on. Let me put my earplugs in.
Sonya's here. Nothing ever strange.
Good morning, whoever jumped on. I'm overlapping.
All right. Is Miss Keppelman here yet?
She is. She had to run out, but we can go ahead.
There we go.
Okay.
Hey, whoever's in, let me know if you can hear me. I'm really
Defense
new
have
at
any
this.
argument to raise concerning the transcript?
We do, Your Honor. Your Honor, the transcript that was, well, let me take a step back. As Your Honor recalls, the recording has significant portions that are inaudible.
Correct.
I understand the court's ruling that when there are portions that are audible, the recording can be heard. And
Well, now I don't hear any hearing
the
going
difficulty
on.
with the transcript is there are so many portions of it.
Gosh, what's up with that?
We originally received paper copies.
So we hear that we
of
don't.
what
Okay, so we're on day 4, everyone. And the last person we heard from was Chris Corbett, and Chris Corbett was a sergeant for the
first section, which I believe
Tallahassee Police Department. He was going over in great detail about the phone record.
which was 12 pages.
And I think that
what the state has now done is they've taken
we
audio
are
and video of the recording and put it on a I'm not sure what, and I don't know what kind of program, and then with a transcript scrolling underneath.
We're going to have to hear from the
And
defense.
they've actually excised the word
from something.
inaudible and replaced inaudible with ellipses and dashes, which can give the jury the impression.
I'm sorry, I'm really
that what is
new to
being
this,
said
so bear with
is
me.
the most important part, and that everything else doesn't really matter. And in that instance, Your Honor, the transcript becomes the evidence. And that is why we cannot stipulate to its use as a demonstrative aid. Now, we understand that Ms. Magbanowa took the stand yesterday and suggested that she can now attest to its authenticity.
Well, I don't think she suggested. She said it's accurate.
She said it, Your Honor. Now, I think reasonable minds probably can agree that there are some truth-telling issues that Ms. Magbanowa, some of which she admitted to, others she did not. But in her previous trial, when Ms. Dugan played various clips, not the entire recording, but various clips without the transcript of the audio and the video from the Delta Vista recording, Ms. Magbanowa said repeatedly, "I can't hear that. I don't hear that. I didn't hear that." So she's certainly changed what she's had to say. But it remains, Your Honor, that if the transcript is allowed on a recording that has so many portions that are inaudible, Katie Magbanowa cannot be heard virtually at all.
Seriously,
Mr.
who's ever on
Adelson's
here, can they tell me if they can hear the
often
live
inaudible.
stream?
If the transcript is allowed to roll with the dashes, with the ellipses, it becomes
should be able
the
to.
evidence. It becomes what the jurors are going to fixate upon. And that is exactly what Martinez said should not happen.
Well, let's take this step by step because I believe I want to make sure
Good morning.
at least we're all talking about the same thing. There is a actual paper copy of the recording that could be provided.
Your Honor, we received it in discovery. I don't know that that's what the state intends to use.
Then let's clarify that point. Is the state wanting to use then a paper transcript that has been prepared and already disclosed, or are you wanting to roll the words under the video itself?
The latter, Your Honor, but it's the same transcript that's been applied to the video for demonstrative purposes.
Right, I believe Ms. Myers has already indicated it's not in fact the same because the portions that would otherwise refer to being inaudible in the transcript do not appear the same in the video.
Okay, so we want in the video the word inaudible to appear instead of.
I believe that's what they're suggesting as a part of, or at least part of their objection, because it is not exactly the transcript itself.
Well,
Clarify, Your Honor, I'm not suggesting that. I'm simply using that as a justification for why this shouldn't come in. The transcripts are clear. There's so many portions that are inaudible that the transcripts just shouldn't be used. I don't think under Martinez they're appropriate.
Well, Ms. Myers, this was why during the evidentiary hearing, I specifically asked the question, if Ms. Magbanawa testifies at that point, there is someone who is a direct participant in this conversation who can verify the authenticity of either the recording or any transcript that has been prepared. I'm not sure whether or not you all were expecting her to testify or not. She has testified that it's authentic.
Well, I think given her previous testimony in the last trial, Your Honor, where she said she couldn't hear, these very same statements that were presented to the jury in that case on clips, I think we have a credibility issue at a minimum. I don't know why she's suddenly determined that she can hear everything that's being said when she couldn't at her trial in 2022.
Am I to determine her past testimony as far as ruling on this specific point?
No, Your Honor, but at a minimum, I think we ought to be entitled to do a voir dire of her to determine what she can hear and what she can't, and why she's suddenly changed.
Well, Ms. Kappelman, any additional argument?
no, sir. I think her prior statements regarding. No, but I'm going to. Yes. I think her prior statements are not in evidence. I don't recall her being impeached with those prior statements regarding the wire. That opportunity was present during cross-examination. I don't think an additional voir dire is required. I think we have met the standards of Martinez, and we ask that we be permitted to use the transcript merely as a demonstrative aid with the cautionary instruction that Your Honor will give.
Well, cautionary instruction definitely will be given as it pertains to this recording, as since the beginning. I believe the defense has already raised previously up to 30 minutes of the beginning of the recording cannot be heard. So on that basis alone, cautionary will be given. The other point about the transcript that would potentially be under the video matching what the court reporter has actually prepared, I do believe is a fair one. And it cannot be inaccurate in any way if it's going to be used even as a demonstrative. Ms. Myers?
Just to clarify, I believe in her trial last year, Ms. Magbana was clips were played. Obviously, we were not there, but I believe, well, we were not arguing. I believe Ms. Dugan presented them to Ms. Magbana and said, "Did you hear that? What did you mean by that?" And Ms. Magbana's response time and time again was, "I didn't hear that." So she was given that opportunity. She did testify under oath that she could not hear it. And that doesn't even account for all of the statements by Ms. Magbana and Mr. Adelson on the recording that cannot be heard. So I think that if the transcript is given as it in the version that the state wants to use, those words become the evidence, because those words are the ones that the jury is likely to fixate upon. And then with the ellipses and the dashes, as I said, it does suggest that there's more there, but it doesn't really matter. When in fact, there's more there, but nobody can hear it.
No, Ms. Myers, I am in agreement with you. That part has to be accurate. If it's going to be used, there's not going to be any guesswork. The foundation, though, for using this as a demonstrative aid can be laid among multiple witnesses. Ms. McBenois has already provided the initial layer with authenticating the transcript is accurate and correct. Any further foundation that needs to be laid for the introduction of the demonstrative aid, the state will have to properly lay. But as far as using the demonstrative, it has to be accurate in all respects. Kappelman, do you understand what I'm saying?
I think what you're saying, Your Honor, is that you'd like the word inaudible to be present on the demonstrative if it's present in the transcript.
That is correct.
Okay.
Before it's shown to the jury, if the defense wishes to engage in any further voir dire with the witnesses that are going to lay the foundation on this topic, I'll allow them to do so. But as far as considering her past trial testimony for the basis of making this ruling, she has testified under oath in this trial that the transcript is accurate and correct. The court will accept that representation. She was subject to cross-examination. Dispute this point or for some other relevant purpose, you have the ability to do so. All right. Let's bring them in.
Mm. Bring them in. Bring the jury in. Bring in the jury. All right. So here we go. By the way, who's ever watching, thank you for joining me, even though it's just me. I enjoy me. It's all good. Hot coffee, solo. True sense of the phrase. She's solo.
Everyone can be seated. What's that? Okay.
Hi, everyone. Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012, my 7-year-old son Daniel was shot to death in his first grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary School. The shooter shot and killed 26 individuals in about 4 minutes using an AR-15 military-style assault rifle. There is no place, there's no need, there's no practical application
Good morning, members of the jury. We are going to continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett. Last night, when we left off, the state finished its direct examination. The defense is now going to have its opportunity to cross-examine him. When the defense is ready, you may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Corbett, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Now, you testified
Good
yesterday about phone
morning.
records.
Good morning. How you doing this morning?
Phone records are only
Here we
kept for a
go.
certain amount
Thanks
of
for
time,
joining
right?
me.
That's correct.
So you subpoenaed these records back
Good
in
to
the
see you, Giselle.
2014, 15, 16 time
Did I
frame,
pronounce
right?
your name right?
Yes, most of the records would have been obtained primarily in the 2014, 2015. Those additional records obtained just prior to the intercept.
In the PowerPoint presentation that you showed yesterday, there was no new data in there since the arrests of Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Katie Magbanowa back in 2016, correct?
In the presentation, we have no new data.
Let me ask it differently.
Great,
The
glad to hear
presentation may have
that.
changed,
Correct.
but you didn't receive any new data since that point in time.
That's correct.
So everything in that presentation you had back in 2016.
Yes, we should have.
And you're aware that Mr. Adelson wasn't arrested until 2022, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that whatever is in your presentation, someone didn't think it was
Well, thank
enough
you. Glad you
to
said
arrest
that.
Mr. Adelson,
I'm
correct?
glad you came here and I'm committed. Gavel to gavel with this trial, everyone.
When you're doing your analysis, you are just plopping data in and looking for patterns, right?
That's one of the things I do, yes.
Okay. It's hard, believe me.
I know.
Okay. And let me say this, the amount of work was tremendous in putting this investigation together, correct?
It was, yes.
The amount of work in 2014 and 2015 in going through bus videos and ATM videos and SunPass records and phone records must have been thousands and thousands of man hours, right?
Yes,
And ultimately you got the two shooters, correct?
we did.
As well as Katie Magbanowa, right?
Yes.
And those records led you right to them, but it was a lot of work and amazing work, right?
It was a thorough and complete investigation, yes.
Amongst a lot of agencies, right?
Yes.
Now, when Charlie Adelson was arrested in 2022, the phone companies no longer had records for 2013 or 2014, right?
It would depend on which company. Some would, yes.
But AT&T didn't, correct?
AT&T may have, yes.
Well, if I told you they didn't, would you believe me?
Yes.
And if you don't have the phone records, you also don't have cell site data, right?
That's correct.
And so if you don't have the phone records and you don't have the cell site data, you're limited to the phone records that you have, right?
Correct.
And your records began in May of 2014, right? Your phone records.
Yes.
So if we wanted to see the patterns of these calls at time periods before May of 2014, we are not able to do so, correct?
That's correct.
Now,
One moment. Whoever's phone is going off, turn it off or leave the courtroom. Please continue.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, I think you said on direct that when you look at the call detail records, there's sometimes duplication.
There is, yes.
So sometimes one call will look like three calls.
Yes.
And cell site data, you talked about it a little bit on direct. Cell site data isn't for every single call, right?
No, we do not have cell site data for every call. If the call does not reach the handset, then we would see a record of that attempt, but there may not be cell site data associated with that particular event.
And with text messages, sometimes you can get cell site data and sometimes you can't, right?
It's largely dependent upon the carrier. Certain carriers do provide cell site location for text messages and others do not. For instance, Verizon.
What about AT&T?
AT&T does provide location information with text messages.
But in your call detail records, aren't there instances where there are text messages and there's no cell site data associated with those text messages?
So again, there may be attempted messages that do not reach the handset where there may not be location. And then we kind of talk about text messages as a singular thing, but really we have messages that are completed through the carrier that go through the carrier's network. And then we have things such as iMessage, which from Apple devices, iOS devices, that don't go through the normal carrier network. And so we don't see records at all for those in the call detail records that the carrier provides. So there are a lot of messages that we see for which there is no associated location information or events in the carrier records.
Okay, and it's scary that I'm doing this with you with my technological inefficiencies, but let's talk about iMessages a little bit. So iMessages are when an iPhone user is speaking to an iPhone user through text messages, correct?
Yes,
So if Charlie Adelson and his parents are messaging each other, it will often go through iMessages, right?
that's correct.
And associated with that, you wouldn't see cell site data, correct?
That's correct.
Now, SunPass records, you got them in 2014, right? In 2015.
I was not the one who received those directly, so I don't know exactly when they were obtained.
Okay. But you testified to some SunPass records yesterday, right?
I don't believe that we did.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2022, you can't get SunPass records back in 2014?
I was not.
Okay. Let's talk about frequency reports. And you mentioned this a bit yesterday, but I want to make sure it's clear. You said that one thing that you look at as an investigator is frequency reports, right? Meaning the amount of times that people are calling each other.
Yes,
And you said that you're looking at that to see if there are co-conspirators. I think that's one of the words you used, right?
and that is one of the things we're looking for. Yes.
Okay. But frequency reports can also be seen between wife and husband, girlfriend and boyfriend, mother and son, and daughter and father, right?
Correct.
So the fact that a mother and a son and a girlfriend and a boyfriend call each other a lot doesn't necessarily make them co-conspirators. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Depends on your perspective, correct?
Yes.
Now, these calls and call logs and frequency reports, they don't tell you what people are actually saying, right?
The records that I have from the carriers, no, we have no content with that.
Okay. You're just seeing the calls
Yes.
and you're just seeing or looking for some patterns.
Yes.
But sometimes those patterns can bring about false positives or false assumptions, right?
Well, the patterns are what they are. The communications happened. They're there in the records. Their relevance or meaning is, could be varied.
And their relevance or meaning sometimes determined by guesswork, right?
I wouldn't say guesswork.
Assumptions.
I think the call patterns are looked at in conjunction with other information, other evidence, other things that are going on at the time. And the totality of that would lend whatever relevance to those calling patterns.
Fair enough. So let's look at the totality of these calls. Okay. So let's start with July 1. And from July 1, you can tell from text messages that there was an incident between Sigfredo Garcia and Charlie Adelson, right?
Yes.
And so what I'm going to be talking to you about today is not only your report and your call records, but in trying to find out the patterns, you looked at Mr. Adelson's and other people's text messages, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you can see from those text messages that this confrontation between Sigfredo Garcia and Mr. Adelson caused a lot of stress. You can see that, right, in the text messages.
Yes.
For instance, you can see in the text messages that for the only time in your investigation, there's text messages from Charlie Adelson's dad to Charlie Adelson after midnight.
I don't know that that's the only time, but it could be.
Well, you would agree that at 12:38 in the morning, his dad texts Charlie and says, "Are you home?" And Charlie says, "Yes, home safe." And the dad has a thumbs up. Do you agree with that? When you went through your investigation, you saw that, correct?
Well, I certainly don't remember every one of the tens of thousands of messages, but I can look it up real quick and confirm that.
Can
But
I approach, Your Honor?
So Giselle, what do you think he's trying to prove?
And it goes to the next page.
and are these times adjusted?
They are adjusted.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's either 12:38 or 8 o'clock in the evening.
It's 12:38.
Okay. I can confirm that as well.
It's on the second.
Okay.
I think so. Basically, he's telling you just because these people are talking back and forth, you can't really tell exactly what their conversations are. So you can't really assume what they're saying. Right. It doesn't, just because you call somebody all the time doesn't mean you're going to murder them. So, yeah, I think defense is trying to
You may approach.
get that across to the jury. I think the defense is they're doing a pretty good job with this witness. Look at Charlie. I'm sorry, the screen is like this, which I agree in one way, but very weird that after Charlie calls Catherine, she calls Garcia. Yeah. But it does give you a pattern of the nature of the calls. And, and everybody that was involved in this murder was called frequently. You can look at it that end too, I guess. You're right. So Charlie calls Catherine. And then she calls Garcia. Yeah. I should see how I can get that as a full screen. I don't want to mess with that just yet, but yeah. I love looking at body languages. I like to see how their body language tells me. Interesting.
You may continue with your examination.
Okay.
I'm not finding those messages at that time. So there is a message from Harvey Adelson to Charlie, or from Charlie to Harvey saying, trying to return your call. That's at 8:10 in the evening on the 2nd. We're talking July 2nd.
We're talking July 2nd at 12:38 in the morning. And if you want to look on your thing at 8:38 in the evening, that's fine as well.
It's not there either. Because I have not adjusted this.
Are you sure that you have all the text messages?
This is one of the extractions. I'm not sure where that came from. I don't recognize that format that you have.
I'll move on, but are you sure that when you did this report, it included every text message received on Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
I believe that it does, yes.
But you don't have those, right?
I do not see those in what I'm looking at right here in the timeline.
I'll move on. You talked about this June 2nd, 2014 rental car pickup. Remember
Yes.
that? And during your testimony, you put Miss Magbanawa at the rental car pickup, correct?
Consistent with that, yes.
If Miss Magbanawa testified yesterday that she knew nothing about the first trip and had nothing to do with renting the rental car, that would be a lie, right?
Objection to speculation relevance.
Overruled as irrelevant. Sustained as the speculation. You may rephrase if you're capable.
If she testified yesterday that she had nothing to do with being near the rental car or knowing about the first trip, that would not be consistent with your data, correct?
I don't know her testimony, but it would not be consistent with the location of the handset.
Now, Charlie Adelson's handset wasn't located anywhere near the rental car on that day, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, looking at his text messages, you could tell that he was working as late as 9:05 that evening, correct?
Again, I don't recall the content of every message, but there was nothing that I recall associating him with the rental of the vehicle.
May I approach Your Honor, try to refresh witness's recollection?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that he was leaving the office at 9:05 p.m. that evening?
So about 500. This message here that you have starred?
These three messages here.
There's nothing about leaving the office. There's a request to put something in a safe. Thanks again. But I don't see anything that says I'm leaving.
What's the something in a safe?
I left a container of bone on your desk. It's in a blue box that says Zimmer on it. It's about 500 in bone.
Do you know what Charlie Adelson does for a living?
I do.
What does he do? What does he do for a living?
He is a periodontist.
And does he work with bones?
He does.
Okay. And do you know that he works with a dentist called Bloom?
I'm not familiar with that name.
And that dentist's office is in northern Fort Lauderdale?
Not familiar with that.
And so when you looked at that day to see where he was located, this text message meant nothing to you, right?
It just indicates that something was left in an office, and there's not a time with that. I just left something in your office. I'm leaving now. There's nothing in that exchange that gives me an idea of where he was at that particular time. And so, no, I did not consider that in that. We look at the cell site locations primarily. But again, I have nothing that associated Mr. Adelson with the rental of that vehicle.
You can agree that when that message is sent, it's at 9:05 p.m., correct?
In your report, yes, sir.
Okay. You can agree that on your chart, remember you did that chart with all the red and blue arrows?
Yes, sir.
You can agree on your chart, his first phone call is to Catherine Magbanawa at 8:57 p.m.
Again, not having memorized every call, let me.
It's the first page of your chart.
The first call that evening, yes, was at 8:57 p.m.
If you take my word that he was leaving the office at around 9 o'clock, would that indicate that that call was made from the car?
If he was leaving the office, then it could have been made from the car, yes.
Okay. And there are no text messages before that call between him and Miss Magbanawa, correct? The last text message is at 6:41 that evening, correct?
Again, I can look at that. I will take your word. I do not recall any text messages that evening relevant to the rental of the vehicle.
The next page of this exhibit has a call back from Catherine Magbanawa. Do you see that?
At 9:17 p.m.?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
The first call is only a minute long, right?
Correct.
And she calls him back. There's nothing odd for a girlfriend to call a boyfriend back on the phone, right?
Correct.
The next page has a text message at 9:31 from Wendy Adelson to Harvey Adelson. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Harvey Adelson's Wendy Adelson's dad, right?
Correct.
Do you have any idea what that text message said?
I don't know that we looked at that. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't recall what the text message was. Nothing of relevance to that rental of the vehicle.
But relevant enough to put it on this chart.
It's just a record of the communications. So the communication occurred, so it's included as in that series of communications.
Now, 2022, I have no access to Miss Adelson's text back then, right?
We have the forensic extraction of her handset, which could contain that text message.
What if I told you it doesn't?
Then it doesn't.
So we have no idea what that text says. It could say anything.
I'm not familiar with what the content of that text message is, no.
The next call you have is a call from Charlie Adelson at 9:44 to the Adelson residence. Calls his parents, right?
That's correct.
And again, using my time frame, he still could be in the car, right?
He could be.
By the way, when you went through the patterns, did you notice that he makes a lot of calls to his girlfriend and his parents in the morning and in the late evening?
He makes a lot of calls at all times, but yes.
Did you notice more calls in the morning when he's driving to work, in the evening when he's driving home from work, than in the middle of the day?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Charlie Adelson was working at the Adelson Institute the next day?
I was not.
Are you aware that he had a big surgery the next day at the Adelson Institute?
I was not.
We're going to get back to the residence calls, but let's just put a thumbtack on that for right now. By the way, when he calls the residence on this call, he's calling from his own cell phone, right?
That's correct.
He's not calling from a friend's phone.
Correct.
He's not calling from a payphone.
Correct.
He's not calling from a landline.
Correct.
The next call you have is a call between Catherine Magbanawa and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
And same with the next one we'll skip over. It's between the killers, correct? Garcia and Magbanawa.
Correct.
Now, Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson at 10:16, right?
That's correct.
And this is cell phone to cell phone.
Correct.
That call happens at 10:16 and it lasts for a little about 5 minutes, right?
Correct. 5 minutes and 18 seconds.
And immediately thereafter, Charlie Adelson calls his dad back. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you aware that at the time that these calls happened, the Adelsons, you have them living,
Objection to counsel testifying.
I'll let you finish the question first, but go ahead. You may finish your question.
are you aware, where did you think the Adelsons were living, Donna and Harvey Adelson, at the time of these phone calls?
I don't believe they were living at the Icon at that point. I believe they were living further north.
Would it surprise you that they were living further south part-time at a place called the Continuum?
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, did you look at the cell phone, the text messages where they're talking about sharing a place at the Continuum?
I do not recall those.
Do you know whether the Continuum has bad cell phone reception?
I'm not familiar with that at all.
Would these two calls you have as two different arrows indicate that the call could have gotten cut off and Charlie's calling his dad back?
The call could have ended for any number of reasons, and there's nothing in the records that would tell me it was cut off from a service reason versus just the conclusion of the call.
But the calls are immediately after one another, correct?
Not immediately. They are 6 minutes apart.
with no calls in between, right?
No calls between any of the involved parties. So there could be, if we were to expand and look at all of Charlie's, there could be calls to other persons, or Harvey Adelson could have calls to other persons. This summary is limited to just calls between our subjects, and there are no additional calls between our subjects in that time frame.
Fair enough. Skipping 2 away. You then have a call at 10:41 between Katie and Charlie.
That's correct.
And did you look to see whether there were any text messages in between this call?
I do not recall any text messages that evening in Mr. Adelson's return. There was a picture sent that were not retained, and that was the only communications that I saw in the iCloud return.
And the last 3 sheets have nothing to do with any calls or text messages involving any of the Adelsons, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about this sheet right here, which is this landline sheet. You recall this?
Yes.
And you talked about how it was very significant to you that there were so few contacts between Charlie Adelson or anyone, Charlie Adelson's phone and his parents' house phone, their landline. Remember testifying to that yesterday?
I do.
And remember testifying that this was an indication for you when people use landlines that they might be wanting to disguise things. Do you recall saying that?
That was a question that I was asked, if there was a perception that cell phones were less secure than landlines. I do believe that perception exists. That was my answer to the question.
And this point was important enough to you that you made a whole slide on it.
I was asked to review the frequency of communications from the cell phones compared to the landline, and how frequently the landline was contacted versus their cell phones.
On all of the calls to the Adelson's landline, are they all from Charlie Adelson's cell phone?
The ones, yes, we were looking at Charlie Adelson's cell phone. That chart is based exclusively from his cell phone. So we're looking at the cell phone contacts between his cell phone, their cell phones, his cell phone, and their residence is what we're looking at. If he were to call from the office or call from other places, that would not be included.
Is that an indication that he wasn't trying to disguise anything?
Yeah, it does.
I don't know if he's trying to disguise anything or not.
It really
Again,
does.
I was asked to look at the frequency of communications between the two numbers.
By the way, this
I think his
landline,
body language is interesting.
did you look at whether the phone number has ever
Charlie's.
changed since 1978?
I have not.
Let's move on to June 5th and the surveillance of Professor Markel's home and the return travel to Miami. You went through Charlie's text messages on the 5th during this time period, right?
I reviewed them at some point, yes.
And you reviewed them to see if there was anything out of the normal or routine, correct?
Looking for any information that was related to this travel, the incident, anything like that.
When you reviewed them, did you see anything in this time period in the text messages that looked off?
Again, with hundreds of thousands of messages, I certainly did not attempt to memorize them all. I can look at that day and see. I don't recall anything that appeared off or appeared, that stood out to me.
Yeah,
You were
I
asked
agree.
about a birthday
Yeah,
present.
he
Do you
just
recall that?
Yeah,
Yes.
a pushover. Yeah.
Was there anything in the text messages discussing a caterer?
But he's an interesting
There
body
was, yes.
language to
Was there anything in the text messages discussing how
observe.
Charlie Adelson was working on getting a caterer for the birthday party?
Yes.
Real interesting.
Do you recall if those text messages were on June 5th, 2014?
I don't recall the exact date. Again, I can look that up, but
Let me try to help you.
okay.
You know what, Giselle, I don't see it either. I do not see him being dangerous. No, everybody thinks he's so arrogant and he's,
Yes.
you know, manipulative and talkative, but I don't see that in his demeanor when I look at him. I really don't. I'm like you. I just don't see it.
On June 5th, do you
I'm
recall
glad
that
you go to the channels. That's
Charlie
great.
Adelson was working late?
I do
I do
too. I like to.
Do you recall that his parents were talking about going to yoga?
I do not.
Now, I want to move to June 6th
June 6th.
and the location of the rental car.
All right, this is
Now,
his
the
first
thing
hit.
you had behind this slide was a text message between Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel. Do you see that? And let me.
And I'm sorry, which?
Okay, let me show you so you
Okay,
can.
this is June 6th, the first hit, and Wendy and Dan Markel.
Right there.
Yes.
I still need to put together that
And this is
timeline.
a text message where Wendy Adelson, and it's in evidence, Your Honor, where Wendy Adelson asks Professor Markel whether he's in Tallahassee, July 14 to 18. I just want to know if I can have the kiddos on the 16th. Thanks. And she says, yes, you can. You see that?
Mr.
Oh,
Markel
remember
says
that
yes.
one.
You
Sorry,
can. Yes.
Professor Markel says, yes, you can.
Yes.
See that? Are you aware that that was that there was a birthday party on the 5th in South Beach for Harvey's 70th birthday?
Yes.
And are you aware that the next slide you have Miss Adelson down in South Beach? Are you aware that she attended that birthday party on the 5th and stayed in town on the 6th?
Yes.
Now, in your experience, is it normal for co-parents to text each other about visitation of kids?
Sure.
By the way, she's asking whether she can have the kids on the 16th, right?
She's asking for the date range of the 14th through the 18th. And yes, if I can have the kids on the 16th.
You're aware that Professor Markel's murder happened on the 18th, right?
I am, yes.
Didn't happen on the 16th, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Professor Markel had custody of the kids on the 18th, the day that he was murdered, right?
That's correct.
So she wanted the children June 16th and through the 18th, and he had custody on the 18th.
By the way, just moving back very quickly, and I don't know where your slide is on this, but regarding July 2nd, after the incident,
Yes, sir.
can you pull that slide up where you have a text message between Charlie Adelson and Katie, a series of text messages?
Yes, so that will be slide 28.
And one of the, can we put slide 28 on the screen? Is that possible? Oh, I'll do it from here. Hold on.
Actually, the witness can.
Can you put it on the screen?
He does not look like a monster to me.
Did you make a mistake here by accident?
Okay, I'm going to put this up.
Sergeant Corbett?
It's possible these were cut and pasted from the actual Celebrate report.
Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson said this really sucks?
It's possible.
Can you check?
I can.
Let me see if I can help you. May I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
You are correct.
Can we put that back? Can we put the other one back on the screen?
Yeah,
now?
do. Okay. I'll get it this time.
Oh, possibly.
The look on his face is just priceless. He's not dangerous at all. Sorry. He doesn't seem dangerous to me.
And isn't it true that
Come on.
Ms. Magbanua said these two statements, not Charlie Adelson?
Let me double check that.
Mm.
May I approach, Your Honor?
I'll let you get that later.
Right after. Yes.
All right.
That's correct.
Okay.
Going back to June 6th,
On June 6th.
you showed Charlie Adelson staying at Miss Magbanua's residence that evening, correct? Well, you show him there at 12:30 in the morning and 11:46 in the morning, right?
On the 6th.
On the 6th.
Yes, sir. The events that we looked at, he had an event at 12:30 a.m. and then the next event at 11:46 a.m.
And that would be consistent with him leaving his parents' party, his dad's party, and staying in South Beach at his girlfriend's house.
It could be, yes.
And looking at the text messages, could you tell that the family was going to get back together in South Beach the next day for dinner?
There was conversation to that, yes.
Now, if we could move to July 14th. Your analysis through the text messages and through the cell site data shows that Charlie Adelson had dinner or met up. I don't think it says dinner. Oh, it actually does. Had dinner with Katie Magbanua on the evening of the 14th, correct?
That's correct.
That would be inconsistent with if there's testimony in this courtroom by Ms. Magbanua saying that she did not have dinner with him that evening, that would be inconsistent with your data, correct?
What I have is a text message indicating that they could eat closer to her residence, and there is location information that Mr. Adelson traveled to that area, traveled away from that area. I don't know exactly where Midtown is, where the request to eat was, and then traveled back to her residence. What they did, I do not know.
Okay. Now, what you do have, and this is important, so I want you to go to this page of your exhibit. You have him leaving, Charlie Adelson leaving the area around 12:42 a.m., correct?
He has events consistent with the area of her residence at 12:42, and then the next event at 1:02 has traveled some distance. So yeah, somewhere after 12:42, he would depart that area.
Okay. And you have a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia, a call from Katie to Sigfredo Garcia at 12:48.
That's correct.
So that would be consistent that phone call was made after Charlie Adelson left the residence, correct?
Correct.
If you're looking at patterns, it might indicate to you that Katie wanted to make a call to Sigfredo without Charlie being there, right?
It could be.
By the way, you have no phone calls whatsoever between Charlie and Sigfredo Garcia, or vice versa.
That's correct.
And you have no indication anywhere in this chart, through cell phone data or otherwise, that Katie ever called Sigfredo when Charlie was with her.
I certainly have not analyzed months of location data to see if they could possibly be together when a phone call was made to Mr. Garcia.
Well,
So-
let me ask you this question. There's a lot of pages in your exhibit with a lot of dots.
Yeah.
On any of those dots, can you tell? None of those dots show that Charlie Adelson was with Katie Magbanowa when she ever called Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
God, that's important. Okay. Charlie was never with Katie when she
July 15,
called
2014, the Prius rental.
Garcia.
What color was the Prius?
Green.
It wasn't silver, right?
The Prius was not silver. It's a mint metallic green.
And is Prius a Toyota or a Nissan?
It is a Toyota.
Now, you did the arrow sheet again for calls on the 15th, right?
Yes.
This time you did it a little bit differently, right?
Yes.
What was different this time versus the way you did it previously?
It was just contacts between persons as opposed to breaking down each individual call.
And these contacts between persons, some of them might have been callbacks or misconnections or voicemails, correct?
That's correct.
Judge?
Yes, sir. We'll take a brief recess.
Okay, brief recess. Wow. Okay, so I kind of learned a lot from that. I learned that Charlie was never with Catherine when Catherine called Garcia. So, kind of puts us back into question, how involved was Charlie into the money exchanges? So what do you guys think so far? I think it's really interesting how he is pointing that out to us about the calls, who was with who during that time. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. I mean, it's all over the place. Yeah. It's just like we always talk about. This case is just like, whoa, all over. We have this, we have that. We have her contacting him. She's contacting him. It's like, it's just so overwhelming. I almost want to go back and hear the state with Chris. I missed a lot of that yesterday. It'd be interesting just to look at his charts briefly. Because there's just so many of them. It's like that. Yeah. I don't know how in the world anybody could keep all that up. It's all over. Yeah, you're right, Giselle. You are correct on that. Oh boy, this case is just interesting. And by the way, I will be covering this case. I invest a lot in this case, so I am doing gavel to gavel, and Nancy, if all the mess started with Donna, then why
Jergens
don't they
Essential
get
Oil
enough
Body Butter Collection.
warrant for
The
her
feel-good
arrest?
feeling of
You know, that
Jergens.
is a very, very good question. You know, that is a good question. I think what's going to happen, I think eventually they will arrest her, because there is a lot of evidence against her. There, you know, I mean, you know what? I'm going to write down that question, and a lot of times I do go to other attorneys, and I'm going to ask them that question if you don't mind, because I'm going to write it down. Because I really believe the mess started with Donna. Then why, you know, because there's a lot of evidence that really points to her so far. I don't know. Do you ever go to other attorneys' YouTube channels? I do. It's interesting to see how their takes on all of this. I have heard that. Yeah. Hello, CCW. Good morning. Good morning. Glad to have you here. Yay. I'm holding up the fort this morning. This is my first solo. So, yeah, just a little rundown on what's going on. We the state, Clearwater, they are doing their cross on Chris, the guy that we were hearing yesterday, and so far I think it's kind of interesting. I don't know where else to begin. I was writing some little bit of notes. I'll just take it from the top. I think he stated a lot that when Catherine, yeah, oh yes, please hit that like button. Yes, Hot Coffee Crime Chats, True Crime Chats. Thank you. Cool. Everybody do the YouTube thing. Let's keep this trial going through Hot Coffee. So, you know, the defense was really putting a very clear picture that when Katie was talking to Garcia, Charlie was never there. Well, we're you know, I mean, it's just it's interesting how that worked, you know, and yeah, and they're trying to commit. Charlie, you know what? I mean, it's just like we've been saying all along. We think that Charlie was just one of those people that just got caught in the web of this whole triangle. They just pulled him in. Oh, thank you, Clearwater. I enjoy this. You know, I think it's something that I've always wanted to do. All right. So anyway, I have to learn how to just put that up there, not their chat. Actually, it's kind of interesting what they say anyway. I kind of like that. I like to get other people's opinion and other people's take. I'm like Giselle. It's kind of fun just to go and see what their other chat rooms are doing. I think we all are. We're all lost. Welcome to the lost. We're all lost to the Adelson clan soap. I'm gonna try to make a story out of it. I really am. I really am. I think I'm just gonna see if I can web it all together after this. Still do some research and just This really intrigues me. You guys, I am so intrigued by this case. I don't know why. I just am. It's just fascinating. I love conspiracies. They're my favorite. Because you get lost. Yeah. CCW, you get lost in this little soap opera. And you're like, oh, let me go down this damn rabbit hole. Before you know it, you're on so many rabbit holes. Who is paying attention to Charlie's demeanor throughout this whole trial? Um, Giselle, you said something interesting about him. Um, they really have wide eyes in this family, don't they? It's like they look like this. Oh. They say there's a lot about the demeanor and body language. Body language is just um, so important in trials. I love body language. I always, and then when I look at him, I wonder what he's thinking. I holding on to his life. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. If he had more facial hair, he may look more intimidating. But you know what, Giselle, you did bring up a really good point. How other channels are saying he is arrogant, he's scary, and he's manipulate or manipulate. He manipulates people, and I just don't see that. I'm like you there. I'm so like you. Oh, okay. I wonder what they're talking about. Oh, geez. That's just a journalist in me. Always nosy. Oh, I know what everybody's talking about. Cops are all around him. Huh. Oh, okay. You can't see well enough. All right. So we'll explain what we observe. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. Um, you can tell the motions in a blob. From what I could tell from the other channels, are being biased, emotionally invested in the case. I don't know how much about this one, but I understand how people feel. Yeah. Yeah, bias. There's one thing I try not to do is be biased in a case. It's hard to do, but I think I'm one of those people that I really want to watch the whole trial before I make a decision if somebody's innocent or guilty. Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of people were biased with hers. Um, yeah. So you're not too biased with this one, Giselle. You're just you're not emotional about it. Oh, because you don't know nothing about too much about it. Oh, so yeah. I did a little bit of research before it all started, and you don't have any idea what's going on. What are your questions about it? I think the problem with this case is, um, it is such a conspiracy that it's really hard to follow. Yes, yes. Yeah, I, when there's children involved, it's just, where do you start? That's right. Where do you start? Did the family tree helped at all? Who was who into this whole situation? What if I just do a little bit of a time?
Gallery, as you are watching the
Because how
testimony,
do you start?
please
Where do you start
avoid
to ask the
from either
questions? You're
nodding your
right.
heads that you're agreeing with, disagreeing with, or overtly gesturing in any way that may affect the jurors. Thank you.
Oh, we're having a little bit of issues. What this is all about, if you would really try to sum it up, um, it's about Wendy and Dan. We'll start there. To get this, you get the family tree, yeah, but I think there's also a love triangle in this. I also do, and my take on this, Dan and Wendy obviously, you know, had a real bad divorce. It was really, really super duper ugly. I mean, these two fought about anything. Who gets a coffee mug? I'm sure it was that bad. And then she left him, but we don't even know why she left him, because I got questions. Someone hurts a child, yeah, every daddy bone in my body screams. We don't need a judge. I can handle this. You know what? Yeah, and my mother instincts. Yeah, that mother bear that protects her children. Exactly. So anyway, Wendy gets all upset. She goes to the family and she says, "Oh," she makes it, and drama and everything else. And lo and behold, Donna gets involved. I mean, there's got to be more to the story before this even happened. What happened to make Donna hated Dan so much that she wanted to do all this to him? There's more to the story before the murders even happened. The beginning, we don't even know what happened during their marriage. You know, his traditional Jewish beliefs when she's Jewish herself. Yeah, but why would she want so bad that the children? Yeah, she does sound like a mother-in-law from hell. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking, why does Donna? Okay, here, my question is, why does Donna hate Dan so much, or hated Dan so much? We don't know. We don't know, because we don't know what happened. You see, the thing is, we don't know what happened behind closed doors. Okay, we have a lot of questions on this, because it has to be more than her just relocating. It has to be that. There's got to be more than just relocation. My whole thing is right now is on Donna. She caused a lot of this. Yeah. How did the gangland losers enter the picture? Well, they entered the pictures with Catherine, with Katie, and evidently I get the impression that Charlie likes to date these type of women. He has a type. Are you guys noticing that? There's a trend with his taste in women. And he probably in the past always dated these women. So I'm going to answer that question because that's how these game people got entered into the picture. Charlie, and why was he in the middle of this? I don't even know for sure he was in the middle of this. I'm back and forth. And what did Dan do to turn everyone he knew against him? That's the question. That is the question. What did he do? We don't know. That is something that's really worth investing. Yeah, I mean, there's a triangle to murder, and to me, there is also a triangle of a love triangle. I mean, look at this. I mean, if you remember correctly, didn't you know? I mean, she was like she was basically going to bed with Garcia while she was going to bed with Charlie. Okay, I'm not gonna judge. Nope. Hey, hey, wherever we have some new people that just entered into the viewing. Hello, good morning. I'm drinking coffee. I don't know what everybody else is drinking this morning, but my choice of beverage is always coffee. Imagine hot coffee, loving hot coffee. Yeah. Morning all. Yep. Good morning all. We are here because we are law nerds. Law trial nerds. True crime. Oh, this is so much for the book. I'm here for the book. I'm definitely here for the book. All right. So, yeah, I mean, hey, Cool Water, what do you think? You think I explained that okay with the gangsters, how they kind of enter the picture? Yeah. Waiting for the coffee on the fireplace now. Ooh, yummy. Yummy. The first thing I want to do is brush my teeth in the morning and then head to the coffee pot. I brush them before I go to bed and I brush them after when I wake up. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. This is interesting. But okay, so my whole theory of this whole case, there's something that had to happen that we don't know about that caused all the family members turn against Dan. I don't know what Dan did. We don't even know anything about Dan. We're saying, oh, he was a lovely person. He was a great attorney. He was brilliant. You know, oh, glad to hear that. So we really don't know anything about this person. We don't know what happened before. We have no idea. We have no idea. There's got to be something else that happened. Well, yeah. You know, what did Dan do? We don't even know what Dan did. Why did they want Dan killed? What was the awful thing that Dan did to this family that made him so unlikable? And why did Wendy leave Dan? Did he emotionally abuse her? Did he? Okay, YouTube, I'm just saying this hypothetically. I don't know. This is just me being a writer having a really wild imagination. Did he cheat on her? Did she cheat on him? Well, she could have cheated on him if you look at her records of dating. But this is just speculation, no judging, just speculation. Oh gosh. I mean, you know, guys, I could literally tell you a lot of different scenarios. Trust me. I mean, I could come up with some wild stories. Because why is he in the grave today? Did he take some secrets with him? Did he? Did Dan know something about any of these clowns? And they had to take him out? All right, so what's going on in this courtroom? The marriage could have turned very abusive in some way. Yeah. Nobody really knows what exactly happened in the relationship. No. Mm-mm. I mean, we can all just sit here and come up with different scenarios, and because you know what, I do have a wild imagination, and when it takes over, it just goes crazy. I mean, I really do, and I I mean, I go nuts. All right, are we on a break? Ah, I go crazy. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So I guess I'll just say good morning, everybody, and welcome to Hot Coffee's True Crime Chats. The whole poor innocent fella, just in the middle of his own business, and someone paid to put a hitman on him. That doesn't happen. He's such a nice guy. He's a great attorney. He does great in the courtroom. He's so passionate. Let's kill him. Jeez. Nobody kills anybody because they're nice. Okay, you know what? While they're on break, I'm gonna go get hot coffee once more. Okay, so anyway, I will return. On that note, Dan was so nice. They had to have him killed. No, 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 no. That doesn't happen. No. All right. See everybody in a few minutes. I need coffee. I need brain fuel. I need more coffee. And CCW, is your coffee ready? Everybody get their beverage going. Giselle, I don't know what you drink. Tea, water, coffee, pop, or soda, wherever you're from. Anyway, see you guys in a bit. Yes, he was rich.
Hi, Phil Swift here. This is Flex Super Glue. Just one single drop virtually welds itself to the surface and can easily lift over 3 tons. Get the new Flex Super Glue because it works.
Like I said.
Seated. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Okay, so I think where we left off, I might go back a little bit. Where we left off, we were talking about your slides from July 15th and how they were different than the previous slides. Can you just repeat for the jury how they're different?
Yes. The first time we looked at the calls, shorter time frame, and we looked at each individual event. For this, they were summarized. All the calls are there. They were summarized in the pictures with arrows as just the totality of contacts between certain people. So the total number of contacts and the duration of those contacts.
Sorry, I'm back.
That's correct.
Oh, have to check into the ad block.
Aware that on the 15th, there's some communications between Charlie Edelson and the Edelson residents, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that from the text messages that there were some billing issues that Charlie was having with his mom that day? Do you recall that?
No.
Are you aware that his mom was trying to figure out about a bill with a company and what she should do with it?
Objection is hearsay.
Let's try it in.
Sustained. You may ask the question in a different way.
I'll move on from it. One moment, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, me too. Sorry, I'm eating my morning midday breakfast. Nope. Yeah, this is what I'm having.
Are you aware that on that day, Mr. Adelson purchased a vehicle?
I'm not.
Are you aware anything in the text messages about partnering in a limo?
I know that there's conversation at various times about limo, but I don't recall specifically from that.
Yeah, really, hopefully.
You don't recall that that was the day when he and others closed on a limo?
No.
Now, you have a slide about a July 15th meeting between Garcia and Magbanawa.
Yes.
During this meeting, you can tell from cell site data that Mr. Adelson's about an hour north, correct?
I believe so.
Oh, yeah. That
Let's
is
talk
true.
about your slides on July 17th. The slides on July 17th, you again have no idea what Mr. Adelson is discussing with Donna Adelson, correct?
I don't recall the specifics of any communication that day.
And on the 17th, there's two communications with Miss Adelson, between Charlie and Donna, correct?
That sounds correct.
And then there's a bunch of communications between Katie Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, correct? Several
Yes.
slides.
And I believe there's more than two between, that's Wendy. Yes, I believe I see at least 3 on the 17th, 4, if you count the one in early morning, the 18th, between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. And then, yes, there are a number of communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia.
So we're going to get to the one early in the morning on the 18th. There's a communication early in the morning on the 18th between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua. You see that, right? Do you know whether that communication had to do with a fight they had earlier in the day?
I don't.
And the communication with Donna Adelson that morning at 1:02 is a 0-second call, right?
Correct.
Would that be consistent with what I call a butt dial?
It could be a butt dial. It could be an unintentional dial. It's
Butt dial.
obviously a very, very short duration, was terminated very quickly.
By the way, there's a couple calls that evening between Charlie and Catherine Magbanua. You see that, right?
Yes.
I know you said that you look primarily at days where events occurred, right?
Yes.
But it makes sense that you would also look at days when events don't occur, right?
But we did, yes.
So was it common on days when events didn't occur that Charlie Adelson would almost always speak to his girlfriend late at night?
They spoke frequently, yes.
And almost every night they spoke, correct?
I would
Before
agree with that,
bedtime,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And that would be on a regular day versus an event day, correct?
Correct.
Let's move on to July 18th. And the first document you have is a calendar entry from
Booty
Wendy
call.
at Adelson. And that entry is deleted, correct?
Correct.
That's what it was
Do
between
you
those
know
two.
people who delete their calendar entries after they occur?
Good morning, everyone who's just joined us.
I'm sorry?
Let me rephrase. Do you keep a calendar?
I do.
Do you know of people who, when the event occurs, they delete it from their calendar?
Yes.
It's pretty common, right?
Hmm,
I don't know how common it is, but it certainly happens.
Oh. I keep a calendar.
And you have a call at 8:09 in the morning from Wendy to Donna, and then a call at 8:09 in the morning from Donna to Wendy.
Yes.
Oh,
And then you have, well, let me ask you, were you aware that there was a Best Buy repairman coming to fix a TV that day?
Yes.
And were you aware that the warranty for that TV was in Donna and Harvey Adelson's name?
I was not.
You then have an 8:11 text where Donna is telling Wendy that Best Buy called her, meaning Donna.
Yes.
Would that be consistent with the warranty being in Donna and Harvey's name?
It could be.
You then have a text from Wendy Adelson, which says, "This is so sweet." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you tell that it was a picture?
I don't know that it was
yeah.
Okay. Do you know what it was?
Booty call? I think there's a lot
just
of
a
booty
text that said,
calls.
"This is so sweet."
And that ominous text, scary text, that was also deleted, right?
It was, yes.
Now, you then have a call between Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson at 9:12 that lasts for only 29 seconds. Is that consistent with not reaching the recipient of the call?
Yes.
And then you have another slide with a call at 9:19 where Wendy Adelson calls Charlie Adelson back and they speak for 18 minutes, right?
Correct.
Now, through your investigation, are you aware that Charlie Adelson was working in Jupiter that day?
I do not recall that.
Do you happen to
think
know
so.
how far Jupiter is from Charlie Adelson's house?
It's a distance.
Uh,
I think
would it
he's
surprise you that
okay.
it's
Yeah,
can be a 2-hour drive?
No.
I think he just needs some rest. Good to see
And,
you, Lori.
Do you
Glad
know
you
that
found us.
when he started work that day in Jupiter?
I do not.
Do you know about what was
One
taught?
moment. Bailiff, please escort out the person whose phone is ringing.
Oh my gosh, my hair's scared. Just a minute, you guys. We're here, girls. Sometimes we just gotta fix the weird hair. Oh, weird hair. Having a bad hair day. Yuck. I'm on screen with a bad hair day. You too? My bad hair day. Oh. Yo, thank you for joining us, Lori. Wow, this is exciting. Yay. Oh, I'm so glad people are joining me. I'm not boring. Oh, yeah. Hey, Lori, we were just talking about how awful was Dan for them to put him in the grave. Oh, this hair. All of a sudden it went, ooh.
The gallery's conduct during the trial. If there are any more issues with phones, murmuring audibly, or anything else, you are leaving the trial. I hope
What?
I am making myself clear. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, I don't know what
That
happened to my
morning
hair.
through text messages, could you tell that there was an issue between Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel regarding some swimming and the boys?
Yes.
Do you know if Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson were talking about that on
I
the
do
phone? Do you know if Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson were talking about the fight that he had with Katie Magdanowa the day before?
I do not.
I think he probably is. I'm not done. I got too much invested into it.
And with all of these calls on the 18th, you have no idea what they're discussing on the phones, correct?
Correct. We don't have any recordings of those, so we don't know what was said during those communications.
By the way, there's several back-to-back calls in here between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magdanowa. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the calls are pretty short in duration, and then there's a longer one.
Yes.
Are you aware that there's cell site issues on the turnpike going to Jupiter?
I'm not.
And just so everyone's clear, when you did these graphs, in parentheses is the length of time of the call, correct?
That's correct.
So if there's a call for instance, 11 seconds, it's probably not a connection, right? Voice to voice.
It could possibly be, but more likely not. Yes.
Now, you have a call between Catherine Magdanowa and Charlie Adelson at 10:07 a.m.
Yes.
Looking at the text messages around that period of time, in the text messages, are there discussions about dinner that night?
I don't recall.
Do you recall discussions about Charlie getting dinner with a friend?
There was a conversation about that. Yes.
And do you recall discussions back and forth about whether he would get dinner with the friend or whether he would get dinner with Catherine Magdanowa?
I believe so. Yes.
And it was a bit of a exchange back and forth, correct?
I remember several messages about dinner and timing, if I recall.
I will move on to Wendy Adelson's travel on the 18th and cell
We just
site
got to pray.
locations,
We
okay?
just got to pray,
And
Giselle.
what I'd like to do,
Got to pray for that child.
well,
Yes,
let's try it,
prayers.
just
Oh,
verbally,
I hate hearing about those
but I want to do it
things.
carefully. Okay.
Especially on Halloween.
If you look at your timeline, the first document you have, and maybe you can pull it up actually, is that ABC Fine Wine and Spirits receipt.
Yes.
Yes, let's just hope he returns the child.
Okay, and I want to be particularly, I'm particularly looking at times. Okay,
Yes.
times are important in this case.
Mhm.
Right? So on that receipt, we see that Wendy Adelson
Yes, happy Halloween, everybody.
bought the liquor and paid for it at 12:49.
Yay, candy, candy,
Is that fair to
candy.
say?
Yes.
Now, if you can go to, I think it's the next page, but let's see. Perfect. You'll see that Wendy Adelson is nowhere near Trescott at 12:30, right?
Well, depending on what you mean by nowhere near.
Let me ask you this. She's here at 12:30, right?
Her handset's communicating with a cell site there. So
And Trescott's all the way down here, and there her handset is communicating with another cell site, correct?
that's correct.
And you would agree you can't see Professor Markel's house from here, correct?
I would not exclude his residence from possibly being serviced by that cell site. We actually see that Mr. Rivera's handset, also AT&T, communicates with that cell site when he was there.
So your testimony is that Wendy Adelson isn't here?
No, I would certainly not say she's at that definitive point.
I can't
That's the
believe that I'm
location of the
using
cell
this
site
live
that
stream
her
as a
handset is
mirror.
communicating with. And as we know, the cell sites have a relative coverage area. So that's not saying that she is specifically at that point.
Do you know how far the house is from ABC Liquor?
The house is very close to ABC Liquor.
Like 2 minutes away, right?
Oh, me too.
So is it fair to say that, let's say it took her 10 minutes to buy the alcohol that she knew what she was getting?
And we can get 50% off of Halloween stuff now
Let me ask you,
for next year.
12:47 is how many minutes after 12:30?
17.
Just freeze the candy, right?
Now, you recall a call at 12:30, the only call, the first call between Catherine Magbanowa and Sigfredo Garcia? It's an
Yes.
important call in this case.
Yes, sir.
And that call happens at 12:30, correct?
Yes, sir.
12:30 is before Wendy Adelson is pinging on this cell site, right?
That's correct.
And again, you say Wendy Adelson, that cell site could be picked up from over here, right?
It could, yes.
Good
But it
morning.
could
Good
also
morning,
be
whoever
picked up
just joined us.
by where the cell site is, right?
Love
That's
to
correct.
see you all.
Do you know if there are other
Happy
cell sites
Halloween.
closer in this area?
There are not between those two, no.
There aren't.
No, sir.
This is the closest cell site to Professor Markel's house?
No, it's not the closest cell site. There are, between the two cell sites that you're referencing there are no other cell sites between those two.
Let me rephrase the question. I wasn't precise. There are closer cell sites to Professor Markel's house than this cell site here, correct?
That's correct.
Now, throughout the afternoon of July 18th, there are very few text messages between Charlie Adelson and anyone else, right?
I don't recall how many there are.
Do you recall that people are texting him, and when he's getting back, he's saying, I'm in a lot of surgeries, that he had a lot of surgeries that day?
Again, I don't recall the specifics of each message.
Do you recall, though, that there are several text messages between him and his friend Mike about dinner that night, and there's one text message between him and Katie confirming that he is going to go to dinner with her that night?
I believe that's correct.
By the way, the text messages between Charlie and anyone that day, nothing out of the ordinary, right?
Nothing that I recall, no.
Nothing that you thought were important enough during the day. I'm not talking about the night. Nothing that you thought was important enough to put on your PowerPoint, right?
Correct.
Do you recall there being one phone call with Katie in the afternoon?
Afternoon of the 18th?
The 18th, I believe it was at give or take 1:24 p.m.
I believe that's correct. If you no longer need this, I can bring it down and confirm.
Let me And that call occurred after a text message where she said that her phone was dying?
I don't recall that specific message, but
Do you recall her texting him about asking him how work was?
yes,
And do you recall that he didn't get back to her for a while?
correct.
And do you recall that there's text messages indicating that he worked late that evening?
Yes, he indicates that he was just finishing work around 8:20, 8:23.
Now, at some point, he gets a text message from his mother, correct?
Yes,
And that is after Wendy Adelson has called Donna Adelson from the police station?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall what the text message said?
Call us as soon as possible, ASAP.
And after that, did you see a phone call where he communicated with Donna Adelson? Had a call with Donna Adelson?
There is an outgoing call at 8:29, 7:13. So yes, there are calls between them, yes.
And there's one call that lasts a little bit longer?
Yes, there's a 6-minute and 31-second call. There's a 5-minute and 47-second call.
Okay. And after that call, are there text messages where he's telling people that he doesn't feel good? I think you showed them.
Yes,
And there's a call after that point to Katie. Is that fair to say?
there is, yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about a couple. Katie texts him at 6:01 p.m. before he's spoken to his mom, right? It's on one of your sheets. I'll show you. So that you
Yes, there's a couple of texts before then.
Okay. And those texts are about work, right?
Correct.
Including at 6:01, before he's heard from his mom, he's about to start a big case.
Correct.
He's doing surgery.
I would assume so, yes.
And at 8:23, he texts her back. She asks if he's at work. And he texts her back and he says, just finishing, I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang out at my house.
Correct.
And that would be consistent that that text was after he heard whatever he heard from Donna Adelson, correct? Now, what you see on your map of Katie's whereabouts
You can
then
see the chats from
is that
law
she's a little
and
bit all over the
crime. I
place,
think it's
right?
kind of
Meaning
interesting
her
to see
phone
what
is a
other
little bit
people
all
are
over the
saying.
place.
Just like,
It's traveling,
Yes.
I think it's interesting.
and it's going to different locations.
I believe that for the period of time we're talking, her handset is consistent with leaving her residence and traveling to Mr. Rivera's residence.
Do you know if her handset
You
went
know that,
to
yeah.
her friend Yindra's residence,
You know, would be,
where she was
yeah,
hoping
he
to
should go
get
back to his,
a
yeah. I agree.
babysitter last
Easy.
minute?
Certainly. So there was calls, communications with Yindra, and her residence is on the way to Mr. Rivera's. So there was certainly an opportunity for her to be able to stop.
And on those calls, or through your investigation, you learned that Catherine Meg Bannerwell was in a pinch because she didn't have a babysitter, right?
I believe that's correct.
And so she was scrambling to find someone who could watch her kids.
Yes.
And she needed a babysitter because she needed to go that evening to Charlie Adelson's residence, right?
I don't know if she needed to go, but it appeared to be the plan.
Well, there wasn't really Rich on.
I agree, Giselle. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Giselle, it's a pretty picture.
Now, you have a chart
Beautiful.
where you show Charlie Adelson leaving Jupiter. I know they're estimations, but he's driving south at around 9:19 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And Jupiter was where he was working that day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you have him arriving at his house at approximately 9:40 p.m., give or take.
Yes, I believe that's the first event with location that would be consistent with his house.
And through your investigation, you know where he
Oh,
lives, right?
good.
Yeah.
Coffee's ready. Yes.
You know that he lives in an area that is a stone's throw from the turnpike, right?
Correct.
Like, I mean, when I say a stone's throw from the turnpike, you can literally throw a stone and hit the turnpike, right?
Yes.
And you understand that when you're going to Tallahassee from Miami, the most direct route, you like routes.
I
know
love
that.
watching trials with
The
people.
most direct route is to take the turnpike, right?
It would be, yes.
And you know, at that point in time, Donna and Harvey Adelson were living in Miami part-time.
Yes.
So I want to take you to these text messages between Donna and Charlie.
Oh.
Do you have them in front of you?
I will.
You know what? It would be okay. Yeah, put some slides on, dude.
Yes.
Okay. So at 8:59 p.m., Donna says outside your house.
Correct.
Now, you don't know from that text whether she's actually at his house or on the turnpike outside his house, right?
From that text message alone, no.
Okay. And no SunPass records were ever taken to show her actually getting off the turnpike to go to his house, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And I can't get those records today, right?
Again, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, that text outside your house is at 8:59 p.m.
I always need coffee.
How many minutes later does Charlie Adelson respond to Donna?
You
About
need
20
coffee
minutes.
too, Lori?
So his text back is 20 minutes later, right?
Yes.
So now you're at
Oh,
my
thank
math
you
is not
so
good, but you're at
much.
9:19 p.m., right?
Correct.
Oh, you make my
And what does he
day.
say in his response?
10 minutes.
And you take that to mean that
You guys, if
he's
I
still
could
10
physically
minutes
give you all
away, right?
coffee, I would. You
Correct.
know that. I didn't even have donuts.
Now, by the text messages, you know that Donna and Harvey Adelson arrived in Orlando at around 1:11 a.m., correct?
I believe that's correct.
Did you do that same analysis that you did with Wendy's route as to whether they could have gotten to Orlando at that time had they waited at Charlie's house for 30 minutes and then dropped off money and done whatever else the state says that they did with him?
In looking at their cell site locations very briefly, it is consistent with them traveling at least by his residence and not knowing how long or
Oh,
how
you're so sweet.
lengthy of a stop it would have been with the cell sites and the general locations. I certainly could not exclude them having stopped. If
Oh,
it
you're so
were
sweet, you
5
guys.
minutes, then it
Oh,
doesn't
it
make
makes me feel good.
that drive. Obviously, they did reach Orlando when they did. 5 minutes one
Like
way
I
or
said,
the
I
other,
wish I could just give you all donuts and
would not.
coffee
I
right
could
now,
not deduce that from
physically.
the cell site records.
But it's not 5 minutes. It's
I would.
20 minutes
You know I would.
plus 10 minutes
Correct.
plus whatever amount
Here
of
is
time
my
they
coffee.
would have stopped.
Correct.
Yummy.
Your testimony is that if they left Charlie Adelson's house at 9:30, they only stopped for 1 minute. Your testimony is that they could have made it to Orlando by 1:11.
I did not analyze the amount of time that travel for that. I certainly can. And again, not by communication, but by cell site location. I certainly could.
The cell site location doesn't show them at Charlie's house, right?
No.
By the way, do you remember what the weather was like that day?
Seriously, put the chat
I do
on long crying for you, Giselle. So you can listen, watch the
Let's go
chat
to
room. I love
July
watching other
19th.
chat rooms too while we watch this one.
Now, you did some analysis regarding
Oh,
the money drop and who was at
yeah,
different
donuts.
locations during the money drop, right?
Yes,
We need
Charlie
donuts on
Adelson was
Halloween.
nowhere near that location, right?
that's correct.
In fact, during your investigation, you said that Charlie Adelson did this for 24 hours, almost 24 hours, right?
I believe that's correct.
By the way, during your investigation, you can see text messages where people were trying to go out with Charlie that day, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he was refusing, right?
Correct.
He was telling people that he was
Yeah,
taking
they
naps
are.
and didn't feel well. Do you remember that?
Yes.
By the way, during your investigation, are you aware that within 3 weeks, Charlie Adelson spent $3,000?
I didn't go to law school.
His money buying camera equipment for his house.
I don't know. This sounds good on
Not really.
Halloween, doesn't it?
Did you see that in the text messages?
I don't
I
recall
can't
that.
even
You don't
put
recall that in the text messages?
Um,
Anywhere in the text
little
messages?
mojos
I
of
don't.
donuts up. I don't know why.
Now, you
Yeah, I have coffee
you brought
too.
up a series of text messages between Charlie and Catherine McBann.
Cheers,
the next
everyone,
day
for a great chat
regarding
room today.
the weather outside.
Correct.
I love you
You have
all.
no context
I
for those
do.
text
I'm glad we're
messages, right?
back on here.
You don't know what those text messages are about,
I
right?
love you all.
Only by their content.
Yeah, exactly. I don't like
The government put in a
opinions about people
whole
being
host of text
guilty or
messages,
innocent
right?
until the whole trial's
Yes.
done. I really, seriously, I don't know. I got to hear the whole evidence. Everybody, I got to hear all the witnesses.
Do you recall text messages between Charlie and his mom?
I mean, it's because they
when were meeting
automatically put
Tallahassee
Charlie guilty. Why? He's on
On which
trial.
on the 21st?
He's innocent till proven guilty.
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what those text messages said?
I do not. Again, I can certainly look at them.
Can you look at text messages on 7/21 at around 12 o'clock p.m.? And then again at 12:18 p.m.
Yeah, he was. They can get real heated on there too. Oh boy, if you disagree with some people, woo! Oh, and by the way,
I'm
my
sorry,
channel knows we
21st.
agree to disagree. How's that, everybody?
Would you like me to approach with them?
If you disagree with someone, that's
can,
great.
I can.
I like that. Different ideas out there. Go for it, but don't be
Are you referring to
rude.
the we all do, we just have to be strong?
That's
And
on
also, no mods. If you don't like somebody, just block them
that's
yourself.
on at 12:18.
Yes.
And then at 12.
I was too.
Yes.
And then this one right here.
You know, there's a difference between giving your
Did Charlie
opinion
Adelson indicate to his
and
mom
being
in these
brutal
text
about it.
messages his feelings about what had happened?
There is a message that says, I feel so bad for them.
Did Donna Adelson respond to Charlie about
Oh,
how
see,
the
I'm not
family
really
had to
familiar
be
with
in
that, but that's
response?
not right.
She did.
No.
Did
No.
she say what Wendy
I think they
needed?
do that with the Daryl Brooks trial too.
Her message is that we just have to be strong and supportive. They need family right now. Just got in car now. Got in car now.
Those text messages weren't in your PowerPoint, right?
They were not.
His PowerPoint was good.
Now,
I wish you would bring some of it up today.
there are a bunch of texts
This morning,
that
it
were
would have really
included
worked. Like CCW said.
after July 18.
This is hard to
between
follow. Who else is
Charlie
having a
and
hard
Katie,
time?
showing that they had a nice relationship. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How would he know? He's just tracking phone calls.
Do you have any idea the context of any of those texts? Why Charlie was being nice to Katie?
I only have the content of the messages themselves.
Fair enough.
He has contact with the messages. He doesn't know about their love life feelings.
The state also showed you a bunch of texts related to Wendy Adelson's divorce. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, maybe he does through
And
Texas.
during those texts, you can
Somebody
see
like
that
me.
Donna Adelson in particular is upset.
Yes.
At least that's what the messages say.
Correct.
Well,
Are
I'm
most of the
asking that there's
messages
no
initiated by
way he
Donna
would know
Adelson or
about the
Charlie
love
Adelson?
life through text messages.
I believe most by Donna.
Would he? Here, let me put this in chat.
There's a text on March 4th, 2014 in your PowerPoint where Donna says 37 miles to Gainesville. I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. First of all, did Charlie Adelson erase the text?
Most of his text messages, that's difficult to determine from the iCloud return, whether they've been deleted or not.
This text you can tell was not deleted, correct?
I would have to review that real quick.
I'll move on. It's okay. Are you aware that Donna Adelson was with Harvey Adelson on their way to back from Tallahassee?
I would deduce that based on the content of the messages.
Okay. And are you aware that they were throwing a surprise party for Harvey Adelson?
I know they were throwing a party.
Well, have you seen the invitation in your investigation where it's a surprise party?
I have not.
Yeah, really agree with you. Like that answer.
Could this text be about the surprise party?
It could.
Objection should be with that whole comment.
Please wait for the objection to be ruled on, Sergeant.
Apologies.
Well, the next text, we don't have to speculate.
But you're
Donna says,
speculating.
we'll stop in 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car.
Birthday
Who will
gift?
be in the car with Donna?
Harvey.
That's his big birthday gift.
And by the way, this
Yeah,
is
exactly.
1 month or so before the text we talked about earlier where Charlie's getting a caterer for paella for the birthday.
I don't care about my son's
I
love
believe so,
life.
yes.
If he's happy, I'm happy. If he doesn't like her, well, okay, let's not like her. I don't know. I mean, really, seriously.
And by the way, that text regarding the caterer, that's on June 6th, correct?
I believe so, yes.
In your PowerPoint, you don't have that text, but you have a text on June 7th, the very next day.
Yes, you can harass me
Yes.
directly.
And
We're a
Charlie
family here.
says,
We're a small family.
have fun still working on Dad's birthday present.
Correct.
That's one day after he talked to his mom about the caterer. Correct?
Harass
Yes.
away. We have fun on here.
There's no mention about a murder.
This
on
is
the
where
text,
we
right?
hang out
That's
and
correct.
agree to disagree.
There's no mention the day before about a murder, right?
That's correct.
There's mention about a caterer the day before.
There is.
I have one moment, Your Honor, to set this up.
Take your time.
Oh boy. You guys, we're a small little family now. We're going to have fun. Hey, everybody, like my channel.
Is there a way that I
Do the YouTube thing. Subscribe, like. Put on the notification notice, because we may just go on and BS about anything. About the trial, about just life. Sometimes you don't need content. You just need to go on and chat.
So,
The judge, I'm gonna object to showing the jury.
Oh. sorry.
This is No Frills channel.
So,
I'm not
you've
here to
gone
thrill.
through all the call records that you provided in this case.
Yes,
right?
we're the hot coffee gang. We
At
drink
some
our
point, yes.
coffee, drink our tea, and we
Uh,
just gain up and chat.
And so you're familiar
don't care.
with patterns
doesn't
of
always
calls
have to
on
be
days
trial related,
other
does it?
than the days
No.
that you provided in your PowerPoint.
Just
correct?
here as a family.
Judge, I move in demonstrative exhibit
You
B
know,
at this point in
I
time.
think TV is the
Objection
code
from
for
the
murder.
Yes, sir. I think that the witness would need to be able to say that this is accurate compared to the record.
Welcome, whoever just joined in. This is our
Mr.
hot coffee
Rochenbaum,
chat,
please show the exhibit
where we like to
to
talk
the
about true
witness, so
crime,
that way he
or we
can
just like to talk
verify the accuracy.
about nothing. Pop in, say hello. We love to hear from you. And it's real coffee. Yep. I think instant coffee is fake coffee. See, we could talk about that.
If I press this witness button, just
Right now, I'm so burnt out in this witness. Seriously, I'm burnt out in this witness. You know, here's my notes so far with him. Okay? I'm burnt out with this witness. And I'm burnt with this trial. This trial's fun. Oh, it has to be caffeinated. No, don't decaffeinate it. It's against the law when you drink coffee.
Just give me a second. Okay.
I gotta have the lid.
If this was the document provided previously, I have had a very limited amount of time to look at it. There are some things, I've made a few notes. There are some, inconsistencies with it that I could probably talk about some of, but I have not had a chance to review the entire thing, and it would take some time.
Okay, how come it doesn't have any PowerPoint stuff up during this defense? Oh yes, I love that coffee. You know you know what? You know why I call myself hot coffee? Because I love hot coffee. I love coffee. I was gonna call myself iced coffee, but I decided hot coffee sounds better. Yeah, exactly. See, look at this. Isn't this fun just to talk about different stuff? Oh my gosh, there's his mother. They're tuning in on Dan Markel's mother. I still like to know what Dan Markel did to piss everybody off. Yeah, we're the hot coffee gang. We don't discriminate. I love iced coffee as well. Yeah, me too. I love iced coffee during when we travel. My husband loves that. When he gets tired on the road, he just goes and gets his iced coffee. So yes, iced coffee. We don't discriminate. That's right. We don't discriminate. We know. You know, I really like what you said. Um, you drink yours cold? You know, I drink mine hot, warm, cold. Yeah, I drink my coffee cold. I don't even care. I'll drink it. We drink coffee while spilling the tea. Yeah, we drink coffee while always. Um, we drink coffee always when we file a trial, right? We drink coffee all the time. Okay. Coffee. Hot coffee gate. I like that. Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't think I ever ask for decaf in my life when I go to a restaurant. I drink coffee when I drink my cold coffee all the time, all day, along with I love water too. Oh, I love my water. Yeah, it did used to be good. Oh my gosh. Lori, I used to call instant coffee fake coffee, but you know what? When I'm in a pinch, it takes care of the caffeine attack. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back, Lori. Good to see everyone. Cool, clear water, and Giselle. Yeah, let's all join the hot coffee gang. That's a good one.
Demonstrative. Any additional issues as to the accuracy
Hot coffee rants.
of any one graph we'll address separately.
The coffee commodities. Yes. Yeah, me too. If I'm desperate, I had to be pretty darn desperate if I drink it. Instant, I had to be, yeah. Or sometimes the hotel coffees are, ugh.
So you looked at call records for May
Okay.
2nd, 2014,
Yes, sir.
and this was a non-event day, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Not an event that you were told by the state to look at, right?
Correct.
And it's one of the first days of records that we have in this case, right?
Correct.
Non-event day.
And these are the subjects.
Okay,
that you
here's
were
our
looking at for
here's our
the
exhibits.
event
Oh, we
days that
love
you looked at with the
exhibits.
state, right? And you have a call from Charlie to Katie.
CCW,
at
here's your
12 in
exhibits.
the morning
I'm
that
gonna
day,
do
right?
this.
16-minute call.
That's correct.
And you have another call at 12:19 for 3 minutes and
I
45
like this a lot better.
Correct.
Pretty much directly after each other, right?
Yes.
And then you have a call between Katie and Sigfredo Garcia at 6:42 in the morning for 36 minutes.
CCW, I think they heard
That's
you
correct.
say that. That's why they did
And then you
this.
have a call at 7:18 in the morning between Katie and Sigfredo, right?
Yes.
And then you have a call between Katie and Sigfredo at 8:36 in the morning, right?
Yeah, it would make sense to the jury.
No.
I'll
That's
move on.
actually,
I'll move on for that one.
it's a text
Witness
message.
is permitted to explain. Go ahead,
Fair
sir.
enough.
That is a text message from her records that's reported in Central Time. So
Fair enough. Text message, not a call.
At 9:36. Yes.
Then you have a call from Harvey to Donna at 8:52 in the morning.
That's correct.
You know, all these little triangles, everybody
Then
was
you have a
involved.
call from Donna to Harvey at 9:10 in the morning.
Yes.
Then you have a call from Charlie to Donna at 9:25 in the morning.
Yes.
Then you have Katie calls Sigfredo 3 times, 9:32 to 9:34 a.m.
Yes.
Then Charlie calls Katie, 9:34 a.m.
Yes.
Then Charlie calls Donna, 9:35 a.m.
You see Donna a lot, you guys.
Correct.
Then Katie texts Sigfredo, 9:36
See,
a.m.
that's the way it goes. Katie to Garcia. Sigfredo. Sigfredo. Oh, he's Sigfredo Garcia.
Then Katie calls Charlie twice.
Yeah, Katie is on his case twice. Yeah, it does. Oh, that's a good point.
I don't show both of those calls, but there's at least one, yes.
Please move on.
Then Charlie calls Katie twice.
I show one at 9:40,
Oh, yeah.
a return call at 9:43. Yes, there is the outgoing at 9:44. Yes.
Oops. Then Charlie texts Katie at 10:19.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Katie texts Charlie at 10:42.
I believe that's correct.
Harvey calls Donna at 11:04.
That's correct.
Donna texts Harvey 3 times between 12:29 and 1:23.
That's correct.
Donna calls Harvey at 1:27.
Correct.
Sigfredo calls Katie at 1:45.
Katie
I do not
calls
show that
Sigfredo.
call.
I'll move on.
Huh.
Harvey calls Donna at 3:20.
Oh, I like this much better, you guys. Much better. It kind of gives you an idea
At 1:53.
where the communication lines were running.
Yes, at
I'm
1:53.
sorry, at 1:53. I apologize.
These calls and
Wendy texts Charlie at 2:33.
Yes.
And this goes on and on, right? You've seen this exhibit?
Yes.
Sigfredo
Okay, sounds
calls
good,
Katie
Giselle.
twice at 11:51 and 12:29 in the morning.
I think we should all do it as a group
It's the last activity of the day.
because we're the coffee gang. We can do this as a group.
I do not show those on. You still on the second?
I'm open,
It-
okay?
It bleeds over to the next day. That's
It's
okay.
a group up there. No, it's not loading very well today at all.
We go to May 7th, another random day.
See, I like that. May 7th. That,
You had a chance to
he
look
does have
through
flashes, and then we can get,
similar phone
we'll
activity,
know what
right?
he's talking about.
There is, yes.
Yes. Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yeah, may have. Yeah, you may, because I want to get caught up on this. Okay, so everyone, I think I see a trend here with these phone calls. The family affair. Okay. Yeah. I don't ever see.
If we had the records
Never mind.
in January, February, or March, you don't know if those patterns would be any different,
Well,
right?
we have time,
do not.
TCW.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Everybody's going to bring something to the table. I want everybody to bring their input what the next trial is going to be, and we'll just kind of sit through it and see which interests us. I think it has to be a group decision. I really do. That way we can all be together and have a passion for what we're talking about, and just up in the air. Or we can have a live stream just for that.
When defense first began asking you questions, they talked about duplication. In the presentation that you showed the jury yesterday, have all of the duplicates been taken out of that presentation?
Yes. For all the call summaries, went and looked at each call and looked at the recipient's records to see if there was indications of voicemail, routing, and did my best effort to remove anything that was not an individual completed actual communication.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we're not seeing twice of every single event in your presentation.
The only place there would be duplicates would be like in a frequency report or when things were tallied, because those are across, thousands of records. So in those, the duplicates may be there, but in frequencies, we're kind of looking at relevance, and those
Oh,
duplicates,
thank you so much,
duplicate themselves
CCW.
across all
That
the
means the world to
callers.
me.
But in any of the summaries or any of the individual call
That's because
patterns, we are
we're
looking at just
a
individual
group.
events.
And when you say summaries and call patterns, you mean those flurries where we show
Yeah, we could do minors.
the
Yeah, why
data from
not?
the records followed by kind of like the talking heads with the arrows.
That's correct.
Okay.
Hey, how about if we do a live stream and we
All
can
right,
just talk
the
about it?
July 2nd message where we made a mistake and there was the Catherine McBanwell was the one that
I think I
was
remember
calling
hearing that.
Sigfredo and,
Gosh,
and
let me
effing
concentrate on this
the Sig-
trial.
okay.
Yes,
That was her
That
saying
just
that,
sound
not
good.
Charlie Adelson.
correct.
Okay. Were you trying to put some of these messages into the presentation this weekend while working some 12-hour shifts?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So, but in that message, is
Mm.
Catherine McBanwell letting Charlie Adelson know that Garcia is this scary, violent man?
It would not seem that.
She's calling him a P word.
Yes, she is.
Okay.
A P word.
Or telling Charlie Adelson that Sigfredo Garcia is one.
Correct.
Okay. And she's also saying that his actions, Garcia's actions, are childish.
Correct.
I just want to make it clear for the car rental in June when Sigfredo Garcia rented that silver Nissan sedan, we have no indications that Charlie Adelson was physically
Hello,
there
welcome to my
at
channel.
the
It's
rental
great seeing people coming on.
location or anything like that.
Please like the
Right? Okay. What your testimony was
like
that
me.
Catherine
Subscribe to me.
McBanwell was on the phone with Charlie Adelson while she was consistent with being at Comfort Rental. And then they had that 25-minute call on her way home.
Yeah,
from
we
Comfort
do.
Rental.
We do.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's insane, Nancy. I hate it. When is the trial?
Just in general, when a person
We'll be
calls a
leaving for
landline, is that a
Florida
suspicious
on
thing?
November
It is
30th.
not.
Okay.
For our
Is the
son's
reason
wedding.
that this Charlie Adelson's calls to his parents' landline, did that stand out to investigators because Charlie Adelson was the person on the wiretaps talking about calling people back to a landline or on a landline?
I think we're leaning
That's
towards that way. Oh, Gazelle, you might pick a good one. I don't know.
The July 6th text message between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel. You said it's normal for co-parents to text about children and visitation schedules. You would expect that, right?
I would, yes.
Is the reason that that message in particular stood out to investigators, is that because of the date range Wendy Adelson referenced in that text message?
That's correct.
And the date range that she referenced, was that the week of Dan Markel's murder, the 14th through the 18th?
It was, yes.
And during that date range, the 15th you
We'll
said
figure
was
that
when
all
the
out.
Prius was rented.
Correct.
The 16th you said was the travel to Tallahassee.
Yes.
You said the 17th was the surveillance of Dan Markel,
Yes.
and the 18th was the murder.
Welcome to my
Correct.
channel.
Defense asked you, this Prius, it was green, right? You know, it wasn't silver. Was the actual color of the Toyota Prius silver pine mica?
Oh, the
I believe
original
that's correct.
defense
Referenced as a
withdrew.
metallic mint green.
Okay. And this was a four-door sedan.
Yes.
We saw both in your presentation with the state and when defense had an opportunity to ask you questions, Wendy's cell site locations when she's on the phone on the day of the murder from her home down to ABC Liquors. Those circles that were on the screen, those are the cell site locations that she's communicating with, right? Not her locations.
Absolutely. I hope that's clear. Those are the locations of the cell towers that her handset is wirelessly communicating.
And that cell site that she's communicating with at 12:35 when she's on her way to the liquor store, that cell site services the area of Trescott Drive.
It could, yes.
Okay. And so does when she's down on her way a little south of there to the liquor store. That cell site services that area.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that her cell site locations, investigators looked at those, was based on Officer Brandon reporting seeing a vehicle much like hers come up to the crime scene around that hour of day on the day of the murder.
Correct.
Oh, I'm so happy to see people coming in. You know, it's not the size of the group, it's more of the quality of the group, don't you guys think? You know, because this way we can be close as a family and friends to sort of deal. Welcome.
Based on the data,
Always welcome.
could her cell site location be consistent with her going up to the roadblock as Officer Brandon described?
It could, yes.
Defense asked you about, there was also a message in all of the defendants' iCloud where, and he showed you the message, his mother, Donna Adelson, wanted him to send her info, as
Me
in like
too.
the name or number of a caterer.
The big challenge you get lost.
Okay. Now, in that message that the defense showed you, she said the word caterer, right? Not birthday gift or birthday present.
Correct.
And did that text message say to erase it after he reads it?
It did, yes.
I'm sorry, the caterer message that the defense showed you just now?
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about the caterer message that the defense showed you today.
And you're asking if that's the one that had the delete?
Right.
It did not.
Okay. So she says, can you send me the info for a caterer? And then it didn't say delete this after reading or anything like that.
That's correct.
And it didn't say anything about a birthday gift or a birthday present in that message?
In that message, no.
Okay. In the messages that we showed the jury yesterday from March 4th, she says delete this after reading when she says she wants to make a private call to him when she gets to Gainesville when she's in the bathroom. That's the one that says delete after reading?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the follow-up message a few minutes later, she says it's about Dad's birthday gift.
Yes.
And then in June, 3 months later, after the June trip to Tallahassee by the shooters, he says he's still working on the birthday gift for Dad. And she said, I know you'll come through for me.
That's correct.
Did they talk about a birthday
Oh,
gift
the
in that
birthday
exchange, or a
gift.
birthday present? Or do they talk about a caterer?
Present.
What present? Dan dead? Oops. I know I said that.
On July 18th, the day of Dan Markel's murder, does
What
Charlie
was
Adelson's
the birthday
statement
death?
that he's not feeling well, that text comes after a call with Donna
I guess
Adelson,
so.
but does it come before
I
Catherine
want to know about
Banois
this
comes
gift.
to his house that night?
It does, yes.
Too dark. You're right. You're right.
That same night on July 18th, in the message from
Isn't
Donna
it
Adelson to
obvious
Charlie
that
Adelson, does
Jeffrey
she
was
say
not
she's outside his
invited?
house?
It says outside your house, yes.
Okay. Does it say I'm on the turnpike near your house?
It does not.
When she says she's outside his house, I mean, I guess we don't know how long she stayed, you know, whether she.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Foundation.
Hey, Ms. Dugan, if you can clean up the foundation on this issue.
From the messages alone, do we know how long she stayed there?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Overruled. She's going to lay the foundation.
Ooh.
Okay. From the messages alone, do we know if she
I
left
wanna
something
know
in
the
his house for
count.
him?
Bad.
We do not.
All we know is she said she's outside his house and he says 10 minutes.
Correct.
It is too dark. It is too dark. I got a whole bunch of theories in my head. And they're dark theories. CCW.
So in the presentation yesterday, we showed the communication between the parties, meaning the heads and the arrows, on days that we know are significant days in this investigation, right? Days.
Correct.
Okay. defense showed you some communication, they say, on random days, May 2nd and May 7th, I believe it was. I want to look at just briefly the divorce file in this case.
You know, this birthday gift puts a whole new element into this case. I don't know why. I just feel that way. I just feel like all of a sudden, here I am thinking about a birthday gift.
The divorce file in this case is already in evidence. I want to show you a couple of things from that divorce file that were going on during that time, around the time of the beginning of May.
Wow.
All right. Now, this document, does this appear to have been filed at
Shoot.
the end of April 24th, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this says former husband, would that be Dan Markel?
Yes.
Former husband's second request to produce to former wife?
Yes.
Okay. And Dan Markel is requesting Wendy Adelson to produce for inspection and copy the following documents. And then if you go over to page 4, here are his requests. And he wants her employment contract, her pay stubs, showing all her income earned, her checking account statements, her income tax returns, her TIAA CREF retirement account information, any information about removing funds from Schwab accounts,
Oh, excuse
a
me.
detailed list of all of the
This birthday party's getting dark.
marital items she may have taken from the home.
Oh. Oh.
That was his request in April of 2014, April 24th.
Yes.
Okay. And then on May 2nd of 2014, that would have been the
I
first
wonder if
day
these
of messages
divorce
that
files are
showed
public
up there,
use.
right?
Yes.
Or not messages, communication back and forth.
Yes.
Okay. On May 2nd, 2014, on this day, Dan Markel is moving to compel Wendy Adelson. So he's asking the court to basically force or order Wendy Adelson to respond to that motion, to his second request to produce. That motion that was filed on April 24th.
Correct.
Also on May 2nd, 2014, does it appear that Wendy Adelson was informed that a hearing was set on Dan Markel's motion to compel?
Yes.
Okay, and the hearing was set on the 2nd, and the hearing was supposed to be on, it appears to be May 6th.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
On May
This is the state.
5th,
I have questions.
Dan Markel
Deep ones.
files
Yeah,
a
it's
memorandum
dark.
of authorities to enforce the marital settlement agreement and motions for sanctions. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'll get this later.
I'm gonna try to get through this. Looks like a pretty lengthy
A
motion.
little FYI.
Is that fair to say? All right, so on May 7th, after that motion is filed by Dan Markel, on May 7th, 2014, does Wendy Adelson's attorney then motion the court to be able to withdraw as her counsel?
Yes.
Okay, so on May 7th, that was the second day of communication that the defense showed today.
Correct.
Her attorney is trying to now withdraw from her case.
Correct.
Good point, CCW.
So on both May 2nd and May 7th, there were, even though there wasn't a trip to Tallahassee at that time by the shooters, there were significant events going on in the divorce in this case. Doesn't it seem so?
It does, yes.
All right. And those days, May 2nd and May 7th, they were days before these June and July trips to Tallahassee where the shooters drove up to kill Dan Markel.
Correct.
So, I mean, could these have been days where there was some discussion about the plan to kill Dan Markel?
Oh. Whoa.
Okay, I'll move on.
Oh my gosh. I may have to. I want to hear that
I'm
again.
going to mark as states 129 A and B.
Wow. You know what? I can I do that here? Let me see. Yeah. Hold on. I got to figure out how I can do that. Okay, here. How can I do that, you guys? I'm going to back up. I'm going to hear that again. That just caught me on the loop. Here, I think I have to go back into this.
Those was based on Officer Brandon reporting seeing a vehicle much like hers come up to the crime scene around that hour of day on the day of the murder.
Wait a minute.
Correct.
Okay, am I there yet? Do you guys have a timestamp on that? Okay, I think it's here.
Based on the data, could her cell site location be consistent with her going up to the roadblock as Officer Brandon described?
It could, yes.
Defense asked you about, there was also a message in all of the defendants' iCloud where, and he showed you the message, his mother, Donna Adelson, wanted him to send her info, as in like the name or number of a caterer.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that message that the defense showed you, she said the word caterer, right? Not birthday gift or birthday present.
Correct.
And did that text? Right. So on May 7th, after that motion is filed by Dan Markel on May 7th, 2014, does Wendy Adelson's attorney then motion the court to be able to withdraw as her counsel?
Yes.
Okay.
If you guys are just here, we're trying to figure out how we can get back to some really interesting comment.
Correct.
Bear with us.
Her attorney is trying to now withdraw from her case.
Correct.
I got to hear this again. I'm trying to get there.
So on both May 2nd and May 7th, there were, even though there wasn't a trip to Tallahassee at that time by the shooters, there were significant events going on in the divorce in this case. Doesn't it seem so?
It does, yes.
All right. And those days, May 2nd and May 7th, they were days before these June and July trips to Tallahassee where the shooters drove up to kill Dan Markel.
Correct.
So, I mean, could these have been days where there was some discussion about the plan to kill Dan Markel?
Oh, we got it. We got it. We got it. Could those be the date that they had a discussion they wanted to kill Dan Markel? Whoa, whoa, whoa. The plot thickens, ladies and gentlemen. The plot thickens. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I mean, I am totally stunned. Look at me, I'm freezing. You think that, CCW? What are your thoughts? Anybody, come on. This went way out of the clear blue sky. We're listening, going, you know how you listen, have listened. You're like, how did that happen? How did that happen? All of a sudden we hear, could this be the dates? May 2nd through the 7th to plot his murder. And you know what else I'm going to put in there? What about the birthday party? And the big birthday gift? We never even found out what the big birthday gift was. Oh boy. I can certainly use my wild imagination what that big birthday gift is. I have theories, thoughts. I don't know if I want to say them out loud, but I think I did. But I don't know. Well, that's speculation as hell, yeah. But still, she planted a seed. Speculation. Could be speculation, very well could be. Will Dam is right. You know, even if it's speculation, speculations could lead to some kind of truth. I don't know. To me, when you speculate can lead you to some interesting rabbit holes. Okay. See a little bit, CCW. I don't know. You know what? As the world turns on this whole entire case, I think somebody did say that one time. Giselle, I think it was you. As the world turns. So, here are my thoughts. Anybody want to know so far? All right, let's go for it. And then I want your thoughts. Not just my thoughts, I want your thoughts as well. Okay, now I'm getting that Yeah, Dan's murder allegedly. We can't really say anything right now. Everything's allegedly. Until the verdict comes in, we can say it. But now, Charlie Adelson is assumed innocent until proven guilty. So my thoughts are, there's a lot of phone calls between Charles and Catherine. And then there was a lot of phone calls. Catherine goes to Charles or to Garcia, and she communicates to those two guys, Garcia and Rivera. So I don't. Yeah, I mean, there's never a phone call. I don't know. Anybody in the chat pick up that there is? Has there ever been a phone call? Charles calling Garcia and Rivera. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I caught that. I maybe I didn't catch it. I don't know. It's just so anyway. Then another big thing that I'm beginning to wonder, what was the birthday party? What happened with the birthday party? What was the main thing? The birthday party for Harvey. It was a surprise birthday party. And also, what's sticking out at me so far today's trial is, what was the big gift? Like I said, now we're getting to the states. Could it be true that between May 2nd through the 7th, plotting, allegedly, yes, allegedly, were they plotting the murder? Now, I don't know. Okay, well, here we go. Here we go. Maybe. Oh my gosh, what is that chat room talking about? Let's take a little look what they're saying on in this chat room. Somebody said in that chat room that that the attorney is annoying and he's smirking at the jury. I don't know. It's just the whole thing is just. Right. Why would you want to leave a trail of of um, of your murders? Why? Oh, the smirking was a comment where they're saying that the defense attorney was. This is just from a glance. Yeah, they could be very disillusional. Giselle, that picture of you is absolutely beautiful. It really is. I love it. You're so beautiful. I don't know. You're right. You just can't. Well, the question could remain, were all these phone calls, can we just assume they were talking about the murder? Or talking about Papacito's big gift? Yeah, I see that. I don't, okay. I just want everybody to learn something about me. I like to learn about both sides of the fence, okay? I don't just take one side over the other when I'm watching these trials. Okay, I don't do that. I like to take all the evidence, all my notes, and then I like to determine. That's just how I roll. To be any dumber, they would have to leave their laptop with all the evidence at a repair shop. You know what? You just can't make this stuff up, can you? You just can't make this stuff up. There's just no way you can. Hmm. Oh, Giselle, you really are. It's the truth. It's the truth. You are. I'm going to put your comment up here for everybody, for Giselle too. Yeah, yeah. I don't think anybody in this case is making sense. They're all stupid. I mean, you know, just think about it. I mean, Garcia plays with a gun and has messing with it. Who messes with a gun like a toy, and then all of a sudden he shoots it in the floorboard. Come on, and then they get a traffic violation while committing a crime. They could hire a better hitting man. Yeah, they have the money. These two people. I mean, it's like they were supposed to be what? I hate to say this because it's going to really sound demented. These two people, they were supposed to be these professional game people. Oh God, that sounds horrible to say that. Oh, yeah. I mean, yes. I mean, oh well, thank you. I just want John to come back. I do. Maybe he's just resting. Well, thank you very much. Oh, my ginger snaps are beautiful. Well, it's just I just make humor and I mean, I'm fun. I like to I like to be Disneyland when I do my little beautiful ginger snaps. I'm gonna call mine coffee rants. Mine are coffee rants. I'm gonna do a coffee rant. Coffee rant. Yes, we are. He is blessed. All his ginger snap ladies are all blessed. And we're beautiful. Sorry, I read that wrong. We're all beautiful. I like everybody on here. I'm so glad you guys um, are tuning in. I really am. It's a blessing to have you guys. And, you know, so yeah, that's what I like to do. I personally like to hear all the evidence, all the witnesses, and and then at the end of the trial, when everybody rests, that's when I get involved in who I think who's guilty or innocent. Because right now, um, Charles Adelson's innocent till proven guilty. Sorry, if anybody has a problem with that, well, I don't know. Don't jump into conclusions because we all don't know the whole truth. But right now, my mind is on the birthday party and the big birthday gift, and this May 2nd through the 7th. Could that possibly be how the days they plotted the murder? Sorry, I can't put um, I can't I can't put the genie back in the box, back in the bottle after that. I can't. She took that. She just threw it out there. I can't unhear that in this whole trial. Yeah, when you drink coffee, go on a rant. It's all fitting for us around here. We all go on a rant, or Well, you're going to think that through the half the trial. I get it. I mean, you're going to swing some way. Yeah. I mean, 25%. Yeah. But right now it's just.
We still have a dispute as to the exhibit.
Judge, we have no objection as to the exhibit.
Very well, please bring in the jurors.
Bring in the jurors. Bring in the jurors. Let's bring them in. I should have certain music when they come back in. And ED
We finish with the sergeant.
does that.
Are you going to be able to complete Jimenez and Bronstein this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Bronstein. All right, let me look him up and see who he is on my witness list.
Oh, Judge, before you bring the jury Jimenez and Bronstein, I would request Your Honor to ask the media not to show their faces. They are still engaged in undercover operations.
Oh, okay,
well.
fair enough. Okay, so Louis Greg
For
Bronstein
both
is going to
Court
be
TV
the
and anyone
FBI
else who's
special
reporting on
agent.
this matter, if you please, could not take any images of the law enforcement officers. As cavalrymen, I
Oh, you
assume they
do?
are
Yeah, that's
law
a fun.
enforcement
Yeah,
of
me
some
too,
sort.
Lori. Okay, all right. So quickly,
I'm sorry.
Louis
They're
Green
law enforcement
Bronstein is going to be
officers.
one of the
Yes.
FBI agents who recorded
Please do
Charlie
not
and
broadcast or disseminate any
Catherine
images or identifiers as to the
at
undercover
the
officers.
restaurant.
And Judge, that includes Jimenez, Bronstein, and also Special Agent Kendall, who will be there's a witness in between, but those three witnesses we have not shown.
Okay, so who's next? I didn't catch exactly, but I know that I was chatting. Coffee chat. Coffee chat. Oh, God. Slap me if I get too crazy. Oh, thank God. They found the
Continue with
kid
the examination
unharmed.
of Sergeant
Thank you for the
Corbett.
update on the child. Update on the child. Thank
You
you.
have something to say, Mr. Rauschbaum.
Just a brief recross, Your Honor.
I usually do not permit recross, as it's literally going to be one question.
I was hoping for 3 questions.
Oh,
Let's get it on down to one.
All right.
You may recross as to your one most important question that you need to.
okay.
May I have one moment with Ms. Myers to figure out which one I want to use?
Go ahead.
A brief cross. A very brief cross. I got my witness list. Oh, by the way, if you really want a copy of the witness list, just real quick, I got the witness list from the Tallahassee Democrat, and the writer and the source is Jeff Burlew, Burlew.
Introducing Hy-Vee Perks
Jack!
prices. Tide, H Perks price $9.97. Butter, H Perks price $2.98. And ground
does everybody
beef,
know that
H
butter's
Perks
on
price
sale at
$2.99 a
Hy-Vee?
pound for a 3-pound roll. Make the switch or sign up today. It's free and easy.
So Isabella, you're in high school earning college
Isabella's
credits?
learning
Tuition-free
high school
college credits.
about-
Hey, Maya, look, you graduate from high
Oh,
school.
But my
gosh.
college gen ed's knocked out.
Nancy, skip the ads. Thank you. We love it. Okay. Now let's hear from our sponsors.
One equals one.
Sorry, that was no joke.
Keep that in mind, please. Go ahead.
Welcome back, everybody. Yes, Nancy's Coffee Chats, where we rant and rave about anything.
This cell tower, right?
Literally.
That's
We
correct.
don't care. Doesn't have to be
We can
court
agree
related.
That's pretty far from Truscott, right?
It is, yes.
No further questions.
On the mark. Sergeant, you may
Yes,
step
thank you very
down.
much.
Thanks, sir.
Giselle, you're great.
Please
All of
call
you
your
are great.
next
All of
witness.
you are great. Hello, welcome to Nancy's chat room, where she loves her coffee group. Come in and say hi. Come in and say hi. Don't be shy. We agree to disagree. There's no intimidating mod tonight, chat room. No, no, no. If you want to block somebody, you block them yourself. If they get too out of hand, we delete them completely, don't we? I'll just go into my little chat, my little YouTube. Bye. Only if they get really, really violent. How's that for a rule, huh? Gosh, get too involved with that. Oh, and if we have a troll in here. Okay, here's a vote. Do you guys think I need a mod? 1 for yes and 2 for no and 3 for let's just not worry about it now. These 3. Oh. Won't worry about it when we get more than 4 people. Sorry, I just doing this for fun because I love it.
How were you employed back in 2016?
Special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Were you employed in any undercover operations during your time with the FBI?
And numerous.
And were you involved in an undercover
or an officer working in an undercover capacity to have a face-to-face contact with either a person of interest or a subject in an investigation. And what you would look to do in a bump is either to extract information from that individual or give them information or possibly set up future meetings with that individual, or in some cases tickle or stimulate a wire or a phone tap.
And was that the case here, that the bump was designed to generate chatter or conversation on a wiretap?
It was, yes.
All right. And when you say you were posing as a Latin King gang member, did you announce yourself as a Latin King gang member to the person you approached?
I did not.
Okay. So that's the role.
That was my
You're
role.
in character.
That is correct.
Okay. And who did you approach and where was this done?
Okay. This is a prosecutor
So I was instructed to do the bump or do the contact with Mrs. Donald Adelson. And this was in the Miami area.
All right. And was it right out in front of her residence there, the Icon, like in South Beach?
I believe it was outside her residence in that general area.
And what did you do when you approached Ms. Adelson?
Well, my instructions were to approach her and engage her in some type of conversation and to hand a flyer or a piece of paper to her.
I'm going to show you.
Okay, just quickly, if anybody's really confused, this is a special agent who is protected because he has ongoing investigations. And he was the one who was a sergeant who opposed to be the
fair and accurate copy of the flyer that you handed
the undercover. Thank you. Thank you.
Move into evidence 678.
Thank you. Okay, so when we start having that, we'll get a mod. Perfect. Giselle, you might want to do that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we do. Okay, so let's move it on. We'll decide as a group.
A news article related to the murder of Dan Markel. What's the purpose of this?
Well, it is interesting. He doesn't have a Latino. And what's interesting? More.
So the cell number right there is my undercover covert phone number. And the $5,000 was what was expected to be received from Mrs. Donna Adelson.
So you hand her this piece of paper, and her instructions are to call this number. You want $5,000.
That is correct. Pretty much, yes.
Was the interaction that you had with Donna Adelson recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
It was recorded both audio and video.
All right. And is that something you're wearing or something that's done by a remote team of officers or both?
Both. I had a body recorder, audio and video, and it was also conducted by surveillance and security teams.
All right. I'm going to show you what I've marked as 105.
Can you hear that better?
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 105, which is the side by side of the image of what the camera captured that you were wearing, as well as the one from across the street?
I have.
All right, and that's got video and audio on it.
That is correct.
Does it fairly and accurately capture the interaction between yourself and Donna Adelson during the bump?
It does.
All right, move into evidence, State's Exhibit 105.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 105 is admitted.
Mm.
And once this was concluded, did you maintain the cell phone that had that number ending in 6570 on your person and continue to be available to answer it if somebody called?
To the best, the phone I maintained the phone, and because I was doing other casework, I would, be available the best I could be.
Okay, so you have the phone with you, but you're not going to answer it if you're at your kid's school or on another operation. I mean, there's situations which might require you not to answer it.
That is correct.
Okay. As part of this operation, did you at some point make a phone call to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
All right. And was that in the same undercover capacity as this gang member?
Yes.
Okay. Same character.
Yes.
All right. And was that call made on April 28th of 2016?
I believe it was.
And what was the purpose of this, what I'm calling a follow-up bump?
Yes, it's like a follow-up bump. It was basically to try and get Donna Adelson on the phone, and also to additionally stimulate the wire.
All right. And that call, was recorded as well, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then is there an additional call bearing your voice in this case from Charlie Adelson to the undercover?
That is correct.
Have you had a chance to review that call, which is contained on State's Exhibit 107, call FF?
I have.
And were you able to authenticate your voice in that call?
Yes.
All right. And did you complete a call authentication log, which I've marked as State's Exhibit 128, initialing by the calls that bear your name?
I have.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 128.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 128 is admitted.
And Judge, I also failed to introduce the call authentication log pertaining to Ms. McBanawa, which I've marked as 127. I would move that one into evidence by stipulation at this time as well.
127 is admitted.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Hmm. Hmm.
So 107, I referenced that previously. That contains a call from two calls. One call from you to the Adelson Institute, which I previously asked about, and then a call that I did not ask about, which was Donna Adelson to the undercover line. Have you had a chance to review those two calls on this exhibit?
Not completely the one from Donna Adelson to me.
Okay. Do we have a stipulation in reference to that call, or do we need a recess for him to authenticate Donna Adelson to the undercover?
We'll stipulate.
Judge, I move in evidence States 107,
107 is admitted at this time.
and I don't have any further questions.
Hmm.
Cross-examine.
Okay.
Good morning, Special Agent.
Here we go. Defense.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Special agent is what they're calling him.
Your role was to pretend to be a member of the Latin Kings, right?
Latin King gang, yes.
And you handed Donna Adelson a flyer,
I did.
and you and your team accidentally didn't make a copy of that flyer, right?
Well, my role in the investigation was to be the undercover. That was handled by the investigative team.
But the flyer wasn't made. No one kept the original, right?
I later found out that it wasn't, but yeah.
We provided the original to you because the Adelsons kept the original, right? They didn't destroy it.
I don't know what they did with it.
Now, when you saw Donna Adelson, she told you that you scared her, right?
She was startled.
And you told her that you knew that Katie and Tuto were being taken care of. And by being taken care of, you meant paid, right?
That is correct.
So law enforcement understood that as of April 2016, when the bump occurred, Katie was continuing to get money, right?
I don't have all the details from the case, but that's what I assume was happening.
So if Catherine McBanoa came in here yesterday and said that she wasn't getting money in the months following, that would be inconsistent with
confusing mischaracterization of the evidence.
Sustained as to mischaracterization. You may re-ask the question if you can clean it up, Mr. Rushbaum.
the whole point of the bump was you knew that Catherine McBanoa was getting paid, right, over time.
That's what I was told to say to Mrs. Adelson.
Now, during the bump,
Yeah, I agree.
you told Miss Adelson, Donna Adelson, that you were the brother of someone who was incarcerated, right?
That is correct.
And that person needed to be paid as well.
I know. Why
right?
did you go to?
Taking
Why did
care
you
of
go to
this.
her?
And at the time that you did the bump, you knew that Luis Rivera was incarcerated, right?
Correct.
And the idea was to pretend to extort Donna Adelson by posing as a violent gang member, right?
That is correct.
Now, on April 28th, the bump was April 21, correct?
I don't believe so.
What day was it? I always get it confused. April
I believe
19th.
it's the 19th.
You hope to spur some activity, right? After April 19th. That was the plan of the bump, right?
Disperse. You mean disperse in what way?
You hope that phone calls would happen and that someone would pay the money, right?
That was the intention, to stimulate or tickle the wire.
And no one paid the money, right?
No, I didn't.
So then 9 days later, you called the Adelson Institute, right?
I don't remember the exact date that I called.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Whenever you called, you identified yourself as Sammy.
I believe so.
And you spoke to someone. It was not Charlie Adelson, right?
That is correct.
Now, until this call that you made to the Adelson Institute, no one had called the undercover number, right?
I don't believe so.
Catherine McBanoa had not called the undercover number, right?
No.
Sigfredo Garcia had not called the undercover number, right?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. Do you think that you ever spoke to Sigfredo Garcia?
Oh, I know I didn't.
Okay. Did Sigfredo Garcia ever leave you a voicemail?
I understood that. Well, I did miss a call from him. I was working my other cases, but I don't have access to the voicemail, so I don't know if he left a call.
Have you ever heard a voicemail from Sigfredo Garcia?
I have not.
Okay. Now, on the 28th, Charlie Adelson called the number, right?
I know he did call me. I don't recall the date.
And he called from his own phone, right?
I don't remember what number was on the caller ID.
Okay. So you don't know that he used his cell phone?
I don't know. I don't know his number.
Now, he didn't say much on the call, right?
Well, not initially, and I did most of the talking.
And you used words on the call like in reference to. Do you remember using those words?
I did.
And you used the words on the call like do the right thing, right?
That is correct.
Charlie told you at the end of the call that he would call you back. Do you remember that?
He said he would.
But he never called you back.
Not that I know of now.
Now, still no one paid any money, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so, and on the calls, you were hearing that, well, strike that, Your Honor. Let me turn your attention to May 4th, 2016. Okay?
Okay.
At around 2 or 3 in the morning on May 4th, 2016, you sent Donna Adelson a text message to her cell phone, right?
I know I sent her a text message, but I don't know about 2 or 3 in the morning. I don't know the time or date.
Do you remember that it was very early in the morning?
I don't. That was 7.5 years ago.
Fair enough. The text message was pretty threatening, right?
I don't remember the content of the message, but I don't remember the content.
But let me ask you, over time, did the threats get worse?
Well, no, because I mean, I know that I did the bump. I remember talking to Charlie, and I remember calling the Adelson Institute and sending the text message, but I didn't add any additional threats.
I think you
say threats. I didn't.
You don't think that the text message was stronger than the original meeting or the letter that came in between?
Again, if you can show me the text message, but I haven't seen. I don't think it was that bad.
Did you say in the text message who was the puta who had called me?
I think it's puto, but
Okay.
they said puta.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
My Spanish is not great.
No, that's fine.
I think I'm going to defer to the witness of Spanish on this, Mr. Rauschbaum.
I will as well. I will as well. Nonetheless, you were trying to act like a Latin king, right?
I was, and quite frankly, I was instructed to be not so gang-like with Donna Adelson.
Okay.
Actually, to be polite.
Okay. On May 6, 2016, you received a voicemail from Donna Adelson at 11:30 in the morning, right?
I don't recall.
Do you remember getting a voicemail from her?
Well, again, if I receive a call and I don't answer the phone, these voicemails are remote. They're not on my phone. I don't have access to it. The investigative team has access.
Fair enough. So you wouldn't remember trying to call her back a couple times after she... Fair enough. Just asking what you remember.
Yeah,
You don't recall calling her back a couple times, right?
I don't, sir.
And at some point, you spoke with her on that day, right?
I believe I spoke with her.
And
I don't know about that day.
you're aware now that she recorded the call,
Right. I took a Spanish class. I
I have
know.
no idea.
Yep. Good point.
During that call, do you recall she told you that she didn't have anything, she doesn't know
I love that
what
language.
this
It's
has
so
to do with
beautiful.
her?
It's-
Do you remember her saying that?
The accent's gorgeous.
I don't recall that conversation at all.
She tells you that she didn't do anything and doesn't know anything?
It's a beautiful language.
She tells you that there is a reward being offered and that if you need money, you should go to the police. Do you recall her telling you that?
Like I said, I don't recall any of that conversation.
Now, on these wires that were spurred by your undercover activity, are you aware that Catherine McBanoa told Charlie that she and Sigfredo had called the undercover number many times?
No, sir.
Are you aware that Catherine McBanoa told Charlie that they tried the number and it was a non-working number?
No, sir.
It was a working number, right?
Oh, it is. Yes, absolutely.
Are you aware that Catherine Magbanoa told Charlie that Sigfredo left a nasty voicemail message on the undercover
Oh,
number?
that's right. He did. He did. I wonder if I can find that.
Now, you're aware that Sigfredo Garcia called that number one time and it wasn't from his cell phone?
I was told that he called, but I don't know what number he called from.
You don't know that he called from a burner phone,
No, sir.
whereas Charlie Adelson called from his own phone?
Again, I don't remember the numbers, and I don't remember, who's calling from what phone.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be kind of hard to keep
Redirect
track of.
examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Very hard.
Will Mr. Jimenez be recalled?
No, sir.
Have a good day, sir.
Okay, he's gone.
Please call your next witness.
They called special agent.
Who is she calling? I didn't hear it. Oh. Who's she calling? All right. Well, anyway, while we're waiting for that, we have some dead space here. Thank you for joining my chat room. I am Nancy, and I am Hot Coffee True Crime Chats, but I go by Hot Coffee Chats. And we're having fun here. And no, it's not stupid. I love it. Okay. Anyway, thank you for popping in and popping out. Everybody is welcome in my chat room, as long as you keep it safe. If you don't, what?
Since 2014.
If you're naughty,
Did you participate
like
in
it.
an operation back on April 20th,
if you're
2016?
naughty,
Yes.
And was that a surveillance involving the defendant in this case, Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
What was your involvement related to that operation?
I was conducting physical surveillance in the area of Miami Beach and its surroundings, and then also maintained availability to move northward if the surveillance venue changed, and deploy surveillance hardware if needed.
Okay, so originally there was an attempt to surveil a meeting between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and you were involved in that?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in that particular effort?
At the beginning of that day, I was involved in surveilling the bump, as it's been called.
Okay, yep.
And following that, I maintained availability in that area, and then I received word that there would be a meeting taking place north of Miami Beach, so I made my way north.
Okay, I think I'm with you. So you were present at the bump doing some recording
Okay.
from a remote location?
I was not recording at that time.
Okay, what was your role there?
I was, we call it QRF, quick reaction force, just for the security of the undercover,
Okay,
or
so just
whoever's involved.
part of the team for
Mhm.
security purposes. And then from there you moved to, is it a restaurant known as Dolce Vita?
Yes, at the time that's what
All
the
right,
restaurant
and
was.
what was your role at the efforts to record a conversation at the Dolce Vita restaurant that day?
I was instructed to make my way towards the Dolce Vita restaurant. At that time that I arrived, I was handed some recording equipment in a bag, and I went inside and positioned myself as close as possible to Mr. Adelson.
All right, so you knew who you were trying to record when you
Yes.
went into the restaurant. And was Mr. Adelson already inside the restaurant when you entered?
I would have to think yes, but I don't recall exactly.
All right,
I'm almost certain yes.
okay, and was there another person present as well that you were attempting to record?
Yes.
Who was that?
Catherine Magmanua, Katie Magmanua.
Okay. And was the objective just to get as close as possible without being made?
I have no
and
idea.
record their
Just, I have no
conversation?
idea.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about the equipment. You said it was inside of a bag. What does that look like?
It was a messenger bag, computer bag size type thing you would carry books or a laptop computer in, and kind of like perforations, like a bunch of holes in it.
All right, like a mesh.
Not quite
fabric?
like a mesh, but like if you think of it was made out of like leather or fake leather, and maybe the whole front facing area of it just had a lot of holes spaced about a ½ inch to an inch apart all over.
All right, and was the bag outfitted with audio and video recording equipment?
Yes,
And are you familiar with that equipment?
I'm familiar with its appearance, and it had a sort of an on-off button. Beyond that, I have no real technical expertise for it.
Okay, was it in proper working order that day?
That was my understanding.
All right, and you were able to review the recording, correct?
Yes.
So it did record audio and video that day.
Yes.
Where were you positioned in relation to Mr. Adelson and Ms. McBanois?
So they were seated toward about as far back in the restaurant as you can go. And I positioned myself with my back against the wall, so seated, maybe 10, 12 feet away. And there was, I think, one table between us and them.
All right, and what were they doing when you observed them at the restaurant?
They were having a conversation.
Was there background noise going on in the restaurant? What type of environment was it?
So yes, there was background noise. It's my best guess that the air handler for the restaurant was sitting in the ceiling, probably directly above either my table or theirs, but there was a sufficient amount of background noise.
Was there another agent inside the restaurant also attempting to record the meeting?
Yes, another FBI employee did enter the restaurant.
All right, and did he have similar equipment as to what you had?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, and if you know, was the recording that you made more successful or the one that he made?
I believe my recording was more successful.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 109, which is the Dolce Vita recording from the equipment that you had that day?
Yes.
All right, and is it fair and accurate as far as what was captured that day?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I move into evidence 109.
Any objection from the defense?
None other than our previous motion.
States 109 is admitted at this time over defense objection.
And we talked about the date, but I'm not sure the time on April 20th of 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the time that this meeting occurred?
I would have to reference notes or reports from that day. It would have been in the afternoon.
Okay, 3:45 sound about right?
Yes.
And about an hour in length sound about right?
Yes.
No further questions.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So by the time you got to the restaurant and started the recording device, Catherine McBanois and Charlie were already there and talking, right?
That's what I recall. Yes.
Okay. And you have no idea what they said before you got there, obviously, right?
No.
Okay. You did you see them speaking in the car for 15 minutes or so before entering the restaurant?
I don't recall that. Several years ago, obviously, at this point.
Fair enough. But you have no idea what, if anything, they spoke to each other about in a car before they got to the restaurant?
Their conversation in a car? No, I would have no direct knowledge of that.
The restaurant was pretty loud with a lot of background noise, right?
I wouldn't say egregiously loud, but it had enough background noise that from the distance of me to you, you would not be fully capable of recognizing the content of a conversation.
Fair to say you couldn't really hear much in terms of what they were saying to each other.
Correct.
And that was with you being just 8 to 10 feet away from them, right?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Is it noon in Florida? Oh, yeah, it is like Shakespeare, much ado about nothing on that. Only thing we learned that they were there recording. That's it. Yep.
Gentleman's brief witness. Please call your next witness.
Call the next witness. No lunchtime yet. Next witness. I should need some music with this that YouTube would allow. Allow that because it's stupid and it's original. Okay. Alrighty. So, wow. You know, I think you're right. CCW, I think you're right. Nothing to do about nothing. We already know this, right? Right. We had that little play the other night with John. We all know this. We all know this. Yeah, let's go back with the donuts. Let's have donuts and coffee. Can we have that as a little, we should have donuts and coffee for like a logo. Coffee cup. Hot coffee chats. Should order a personal one. Hot coffee. I love that. Hot coffee. Hot coffee. Hot coffee. All right, so everybody, yeah, I think CCW just, in a nutshell, that's just how it goes. Donuts. Okay, who is new in the channel? Come in and say hello to our donut coffee chat room. Oh, yeah. Come in and say hello. We would love to hear from you. We'd like to hear from you guys. Don't you think we want to hear from other people about this lovely little weird trial? I do not want to say Christmas commercials when we haven't hit November yet. Me neither. I haven't given out all the candy. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of sitting here in blank. And we're hearing commercials. We are hearing Christmas commercials. The kids barely had their costumes on today. I can't wait to see them at our door. They're so cute. Hey, yeah, thank you. I just hit 33 in my house. Oh, we're going to watch this sucker grow, aren't we? Isn't it fun, though? You know, you get excited having 5 people in. I like these days. You know what? Yeah. Good chat, good stream. Hey, all is good, huh? All is good. Thank you. You guys, you all make this chat room. I just add weird thoughts so everybody can just go with it. If you don't know the answer, just make it up. Simple as that. Yeah, make it up. If I don't know the answer to what the birthday present was during the birthday party, I'll just make it up. Monster wannabes. Yes, monsters wannabe. Yeah, welcome everybody to the chat room. Oh gosh, I wish you could just bring the cookies to chat room and just, oh gosh, I do. Just give us cookies over the internet. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Yancy, it's not going to work. You cannot pass food on the internet. Has ever figured that out yet? I'm not a horror movie, but after watching true crimes, I might learn. I don't know. Okay, you guys, this is weird. Okay, I cannot watch horror movies, but I can really cover a true crime. Go figure. Stupid. Yeah, I cannot stand horror movies, but I sure love a true crime. Oh gosh, I wonder what my husband really thinks of me. Oh, for goodness sakes, they were Christmas decoration when you haven't even got the turkey out yet. We haven't even bought the turkey yet. Gosh, Barbie hasn't even thought about Christmas yet. Okay, I said it, Barbie. I like Barbie. At least Barbie's not on. I do have a lawyer, Barbie, but I'm not going to take her out. Don't worry. Oh, that's cute. The little milk and cookies. How many want to see Barbie someday? My Barbie lawyer. Okay, so we won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I'm sorry. I won't do it. Yeah, give me a true crime story any day, any day. Barbie's not a freaky doll though. She's a fashion girl. All the other dolls, but I won't do it. I promise, Giselle. I will not even mention it again. I'll mention it, but I just won't show it. We don't want anybody to be freaked out because we're having fun. This is what it's all about. Fun. Fun, no drama. Well, let's have drama. Yeah, that's what makes the world go around. When people say they don't like drama, guess what? They really do like drama. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. You know, someday I'm going to bring her up. I will show you. Someday I will show Barbie lawyer. Right now, she's in her dollhouse. Yeah, I said it. I said it. Oh my gosh. People are just going to freak out if they really know who I am. I'm going to lose my viewers or maybe gain more because I'm weird. It's baby dolls for me, especially the ones that blink. Yes, I agree. You know what, Giselle? I hated those dolls when I was young. Barbie, I didn't like those little baby dolls. They look weird. They had these little eyes and they just look like they're following you. Not Barbie, though. No. Barbie lawyer. She even has a briefcase. Her own desk. Okay, I'm going to quit. I'm just being slap happy right now. Sorry. Okay, so, all right. Yeah, actually, I think it'd be fun to everybody just talk about their little Halloween plans tonight. Let's do that. I'll get off the other kick. Okay. Oh, you're gonna have a pirate and a cowgirl and a girl from the Train Your Dragon. Oh gosh, I gotta. Somebody did mention Train Your Dragon. I'm gonna ask one of the grandkids if they ever watched that movie, Train Your Dragon. Anybody else have anything fun? Giselle, what about your little ones? What are they going to be? Um, yeah. Well, I made one of my Barbies attorneys. Yeah. She followed trials and she has her own little trial cases. Oh God, I'm weird. Oh, this is my show. I promised I was never going to mention it. I would say to myself, please, Nancy, don't mention that. Oh, gosh. Okay, let's go. Let's go back to Halloween. What everybody's going to be. Your grandson. Yeah. Okay, let me show you. Grandson? You look really? Oh, come on. Oh, but your son. I was going to say. Okay, all right. I don't know why I did that. I think it's just been a long trial, and it's not even halfway. It's almost halfway done. Oh, that's cute. Oh, you dress up as a fox. Oh, I bet they're as pretty as you are. Mm. You all are beautiful here. We're all beautiful people. You're putting up with my little stupid parties. Barbie stories. Okay, no more. No more. Stacy, hello. Yeah. Okay, everyone, don't forget to like and subscribe and do all the UB2B things. Oh, cute. Oh, come on, everybody. Oh, well. It's good to see you guys pop in. Yay. Yeah, Spacey, we're talking about costumes. What about you? Do you have any little ones or friends or what they're dressing for Halloween? Hot-headed. Not sure if you are aware, court is on lunch. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so what should we do? I am so glad to see you guys here. I really am. I am just like, I'm thrilled. I am very honored. I really am. And I owe all of this to John. And if he is on here listening, I just want to do a shout out to John. Thank you so much for all your support and it's just really awesome. Thank you. Because I give credit where credit is due. Okay, so yeah, it's 12:30. So does anybody know when court would be back? You're watching two streams. Oh, thank you. You know what? Watching another stream and watching two of them at the same time really gives you some really good feedback, doesn't it? You get a lot of opinions going, and it really does. Yeah, I used to do that too a lot. I like it that way. I can just see the different views of the case. Okay, they usually do an hour. Okay, so would you guys mind if I pop out, have a little bit of lunch, we come back? Yeah, so and then we'll also discuss to the group. Well, anyway, let's forget that right now. Okay, so they usually do an hour break. So I'm going to hurry up, get a little bite to eat, and hop on. And I'm just going to let this go and let you all chat because you all are a great chat room. Okay. Yeah, because I get hungry. I get up earlier now these days. Darn it. Central time earlier. Okay. All right. So, please do the YouTube things, like, subscribe, and I'll see you all very shortly. Oh, yeah. All right, my little coffee chatters. I will be back.
Ghirardelli chocolate chips makes baking a bite better.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman shot his way into Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14th, 2012, he loaded his AR-15 with 30-round magazines so he could continue firing without having to change magazines. He fired 154 rounds in around 4 minutes and killed 26 people. And one of those 26 people was my 7-year-old son, Daniel. I can't bring Daniel back, but I can save others. Please sign the petition and urge Congress to make assault rifles illegal for civilians. Single application in civilized society for assault rifles. We need your help. Please tell Congress to outlaw them now. Thank you.
Hello. I'm back. Let me know what. Actually, I like what you watched too. Who said they watched the survival of? Well, anyway, I'm trying to get that. Anyway, I do too. I like that channel. Oh, Hothead, are you the one who's watching the other channel, Survival? Because that's a good one. I really like his broadcast. That's where some of my information comes from, and it's really good. Okay, we'll see you later. See you soon. Yeah, I think they are back at 1:30. No. Oh, let's see. So it's what, 1:45 in Colorado? Florida. I'm sorry, I was thinking of Colorado. I was talking to my brother. Okay. Okay, thank you. Actually, I want to know what. Let Nancy know. I'm open. I'm open. This is our channel, and this is, it's our channel, you guys. It's what we do as a group. For those of you who haven't heard of my spill, after this trial, we are all going to get together and have meeting of the minds. And I'm thinking meeting of the minds maybe like on a Monday night, and just kind of like talk about different trials that interest everybody, and we could sift through it and just kind of have a conversation. It's just, I think it would be neat to do that. Okay, I'm going to read chat here. Oh, let me know when court's coming back. Our court is on lunch. Okay. Um, who is going to head to the beach a bit? Oh my gosh, I'm jealous. I should be too jealous. I'll be going to a beach in December, but still, I'm jealous. Very jealous. Very jealous. It just sounds like fun. Oh, geez. Beach. Oh, you really? Oh, come on. You know what I mean. CCW, I thought maybe we can all have meeting with ourselves. Yeah, I feel sorry for the children too. I really do. You know, the children are the ones who are going to suffer the most, don't you think? Oh gosh. I also love water. I'm a water drinker. Okay, I'm gonna organize my happy mess. Seriously, you are so right about that, hot-headed. It's the children that suffers the most, isn't it? It's just sad. My paper's everywhere. Mm. Oh, I think I better mute this. Nobody wants to hear my paper shuffle. Oh, yeah, I should. I'm here. Court would be back at 1:20. Just saw that in the in long in what is it? Long crime? Oh. Yeah, the long crime channel. Okay, hey CCW, I am going to make some pumpkin spice coffee. So could you do me a favor and just entertain the troops? All of you, entertain each other. You guys are a great chat room. I'll be right back. I got to have some spiced coffee for the next set of witnesses. Got to have spiced coffee. I'll be right back. Bye, coffee chatters, just for a few minutes. Yeah, the children crazy. No, the children innocence and all this craziness. I know, you just got to feel bad for them. I totally agree with you.
Introducing Hy-Vee Perks prices. Bananas, H Perks price 39 cents a pound. Hy-Vee butter, H Perks price $2.98. And Tide, H Perks price $9.97. Make the switch or sign up today. It's
Okay, I'm back. I got my coffee. I had a little bit of a Halloween treat. So a few candies from the Halloweeners. Funny. All right, you guys. So what are we gonna do? What do we want to talk about? Talk about it. Talk about it. Doesn't have to be related to this case. We could just chat whatever we want. Chat, chat, chat. All right. Huh. Cool, clear water. You got some explaining to do. Just kidding. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's a good thing that we'll all see each other again, right? Somehow, one way or the other. Actually, I'd just like to take the time. Thank you for everyone to who's just supporting my channel. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. And I think this is going to be a fun thing. And so far, it's been a fun journey. Being a YouTube streamer, I never thought I'd be doing this. But hey, here I am. And yeah, so I just like to do that. I just like to thank everyone. And thank everyone for supporting me and subscribing and doing all the YouTube things that helps me grow. But, right now I'm just doing it for fun. And, just I like to hang out. Yes, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I know. It's tough to lose people. I lost a lot of them too. I know. It's just rough. Well, gosh, I'm sorry about the dead silence here. So anybody want to, I don't know, want to what? I wonder who they're going to call for the next witness. Oh, I should get it. Just a minute. I'm going to go get a fresh notebook because I think I'm going to need a fresh notebook. I got a few pages left. So far, I have gone through 2 legal pads. Be right back. Oh yeah, yeah. The 21 checks. Yeah, yeah. Let's all talk about the funny stuff. Um, you guys, who writes 21 bad checks ever in their lives, or ever heard of anybody? That's just crazy. Yeah, that's wonderful grandchildren and grands and great grands and great grands and yeah, you it's wonderful to have them around, isn't it? Yeah, seriously, who does that? Who really does that? I don't think I've ever met anybody who had 25 bounce. I mean, seriously, 21 bounce checks. Yeah, who does that? Oh, I'm still laughing about the shoot on the floorboard. I mean, the laughter is kind of dying down, but at first, oh my gosh, I couldn't stop laughing. I guess I just keep thinking of Barney Pfeiffer as, as one of the hitmen. Barney, getting a traffic citation. Okay, guys. Okay, I'm gonna only say this one more time. I'm still wondering what the big birthday gift was to Harvey Adelson. What did they buy him or gave him or whatever? Yeah, everybody. Yeah, good point, Spacey. Yeah, yeah. You do that, you're gonna end up like, yeah, good point. Writing bad checks really is against the law. Yeah, laughter is always the best. Yeah, it's really hard to imagine. Lori, thanks for saying that because um, it's unbelievable, is what it is. Yeah, I mean, this is what I like about this channel is because I'm creating it so we can enjoy each other's company. I'm not going to ask for donations or people become members. Everybody's a member, in my opinion. You come on here, you're automatically my member. Yay! You are a member. Oh, several banks. How many banks did he bounce that were bad? Did somebody get that number? I didn't. Did he go bank to bank? This guy was just, for one thing, do you really leave a paper trail if you're going to do that kind of a hit job? Several bad checks. Yeah. Yeah, this is a lot of fun today. Well, I wouldn't either. I think one check was bad enough. Embarrassed. That was eons ago. And it was just miscalculation. It had nothing to do with thinking I had money in the bank. But you know what? After that, I always check my banking statements before I did anything else. Yeah. I love music. I wish we could put music on. I would have some Halloween music on. Oh, yeah. Can you imagine if somebody did that when they write a check? I'm still wondering, what did Dan do to make them all mad or all hate him? Well, not mad, hate. He's in the ground because of them. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't see that coming. I was going to put myself on mute. Yeah. No. But you know what, Lori? You get what you pay for, right? $100,000? They only gave him? Get what you pay for. I know, Spacey. I'm concerned too. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just tired. It's okay. You can ask. We're family. But if he's listening and, if he's observing and he can see that we're all like him and love him and concerned. Yes, Spacey. I really owe a lot to him to have a great chat room so far. I really respect him a lot. Oh my gosh, Lori. Oh, I know. I know. I can't believe I just did that. Oh, yeah, that's right. I years ago, I remember somebody said after they burp, I said, sorry, not bad manners, just good food, right? I got my water, so I help. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go, you guys.
I appreciate it. Next time I didn't get a cover.
Okay, so now, welcome back. Everybody had lunch. I did. Everybody heard about my lunch. I burped. Yeah, they're always late, aren't they? Yeah, you can always count on that. All right, let me go get my witness list because it really does help me focus on who's who in this trial and who's coming up and all that good stuff. And it helps me with my note taking. It helps me with my life, basically. Long as it's not my own witness list, right? Just kidding. I like to kid a lot. If I take things seriously, I will be in trouble.
What's that?
Welcome to Nancy's chat room. Whoever pop on and who is new to the channel, thank you. We talk about the true crime and what's going on in this trial. Okay, scroll up. John inspired me to work in legal stuff. I help out with sending mail to coal miners to help with claims, eventually trying to get myself in legal office. That is so neat. And John gave me the courage to work towards the video and possible streaming, gave me the confidence to be the active member in chats, always in his corner. Me too. I know. I just emailed him and told him that everybody misses him, that we want him back on this case. I did. So John, if you're out there listening to everything, people do love you, and we always will support you. So if you want to come back to this trial, we will go to your channel, right? Everybody, I just picking up where the ball left. Just carrying the torch. That's all I'm doing, just carrying the torch. Because without him, you guys, this would never be possible for me. And I just want him to know that. Oh, guys, this really is touching what everybody was saying. So anyway, do you guys mind if I copy and paste these comments and put it in an email? Do I have your permission? I think it would be nice. Just, or maybe he's watching. Paste away. Okay, thank you. I don't know how to. Oh God. Okay, every time I go on here, okay, I'm gonna have to go into. I just want to grab. Anybody else want to say comments for John while I'm pasting and copying?
Haven't reviewed it. We've reviewed the transcript. We've reviewed the video, but we haven't reviewed what's coming in. We're okay with the state's word that it's a transcript, but we haven't seen it, so I'm just putting everyone on notice.
All right. I understand what you're telling me. Do you wish to look at it now while there's some time?
Well, I mean, it would take 40 some odd minutes to look at it.
Campbellman, can you play for him, I guess, at least that were previously at issue?
It's the whole thing.
Well, not the whole thing, but the parts that were, I guess, otherwise had the ellipses or the parentheticals.
Sorry, I think there's. All right, let me silent this. Okay, Lori. Scroll up. I don't know how to do that. Oh. Yeah, we need a full. Okay, yes, hold on. Hold on to what? Are you going to make a comment for John? Okay.
I believe this morning, Ms. Myers indicated the portions that did not actually match the transcript, that had the parentheticals or the ellipses, were still an issue. Are you still raising that at this point now?
I'm sure they corrected it, but it's the entire transcript has ellipses, and now it's going to say unintelligible. I'm just.
Oh gosh, you are so sweet. Thank you so much.
I understand what you're telling me.
Oh,
I didn't want to take away your
yes,
break,
John's a
but
great guy.
this would have been a good time to watch the video if you had concerns about the video.
It wasn't concluded until towards the end of the break, Your Honor. So
All right. Do you wish to watch this further now?
I think maybe give us 10, 15 minutes to scroll through it.
Thank you,
Granted.
Spacey. I appreciate that.
Make sure you make good use of this.
Like I said, I couldn't do this without John.
Yeah, Judge, would Your Honor be willing to do the next witness? I'm not publishing this item through that witness, but
Seriously, I couldn't do this without John.
take our break after him. That'd be great.
Thank you, everybody. I love everybody here. You guys are best. Wonder John Lodges. We'll get him back. I know we will. Let's have faith. I had to figure out how I can do a full screen. Yeah, he does. He brings in unique, doesn't he? Okay, Lori Ann, I will copy yours. I'm gonna hold off for a minute so everybody can copy a message for him. I think that'd be a really neat thing to do for him, don't you think? He needs to know. He is missed. Very missed. This is why I'm hoping he will get these. He'll read these and realize how much he's missed. I'm just going to leave it up just for a few more minutes so we can all do this. Oh, I just think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. I just do. I don't know.
Paul, your
I
next
just think it's
witness.
great. I'm going to leave it up for everybody to say a little message to him because we want him back. It's so lonesome without him. It is. Lonesome without John. Just saying. Mhm. Like I said, Lori, I could never have done this without him.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Seriously.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony
Who
you're
is this
about to
dude?
give will be the truth?
Girl.
I do. You may take your
Dude.
seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, JamesKeithMcElveen.
How are you employed, sir?
I work as a forensics engineer, a media forensics engineer.
And what is a forensic engineer?
We specialize in taking audio, video.
Oh,
data,
this is that guy.
extracting
You're right. I
intelligence
need to
out
put
of
this frame up.
How long have you been doing this type of work?
a bit over 35 years.
Can you go through your training and experience that qualifies you to do this type of forensic engineering?
Just a minute. I think I know how.
I began doing this type of forensic engineering back post 35 years ago, working for the government, working on war crimes investigations, unmixing voices. Since then, I've had 20 plus, either given or taken 20 plus courses in this discipline.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to testify as an expert in your field previously?
Yes, I have.
Judge, I would tender the witness at this time as an expert in the area of forensic engineering.
Does the defense wish to engage in any further voir dire of the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the stated field?
No.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to provide you with an opinion today.
Okay. How do I do this? How do I do this? Just a minute. Let me
Sir, were
keep
you
working.
asked to clarify recordings in reference to the case State of Florida versus Charles Adelson?
Yes, I was.
All right, I want to start with the Dolce Vita restaurant recording. What items were provided to you in reference to that exhibit?
I received 2 recordings, one from each device that was deployed in that restaurant.
Okay, you know what I was? I figured out what I was
and one better
doing.
video.
Yes.
All right, and what's the part that's of interest to you?
The audio.
Okay, and so you don't do anything with the video.
Only used it for observational.
Is that better?
Timing reasons.
Okay. And was the bag that had the mesh on it, was that the one that was the better audio? Or the
Yes.
one that had the better video?
Right. The one with the better video had very poor audio, and the one that had better audio had very poor video.
All right, I'm with you. And the one where we're looking through the little holes, is that the one with the good
Okay,
audio? or
we
the good video?
The good audio.
All right.
James McElveen.
Can you sort of walk through the process for the jury of how you clarify an audio that has a lot of background noise going on?
Yes, our technique is a bit different than other techniques in that we take the audio and treat it like it's an image, like a photograph that's out of focus. It's blurry. And so we read it into the computer and figure out how to unblur the sound, just like you would unblur a photograph. And this fortunately has the nice effect of focusing in on the person's voice or the people's voice if they're near each other, and blurring out the rest of the background, sort of how you would use a video lens if you're a photographer, and you can zoom in on a person's face, but everything behind the person and everything closer is blurry and kind of pushed down and not as noticeable.
Were there any particular issues or problems with this audio?
It was frankly a mess. Competing voices, loud noises, movement of both devices, not good positioning. There was a kitchen, and of course it's a busy cafe, coffee grinders, blenders, order taking, lots of different sounds going on.
All right. And can you tell the jury that most up-to-date efforts available in your field were
Oh,
applied to this exhibit to make it as good as
oh,
possible.
you probably do just as
All right,
well.
and what was the
If I can do it,
outcome?
you
I
can
think you've
do it.
got
Okay, guys, last
different
call
segments.
for
Could you tell us about
sending
that?
John good wishes.
Yes.
Who else wants to
Fortunately,
send John good
the
wishes?
recording device that had the better audio was also the one that had the longest audio. The recording started at different times. One device arrived into the establishment significantly prior to the other one. I believe it was like 20 minutes difference. The one that started first, its recording first, moved. You know, the person carrying it came in from the outside, came to the counter, then went to a seat, and then moved to a different seat, getting better position. And each one of those changes of location causes the focus to change, just like you were taking a picture. All of a sudden, the person you're trying to take a picture of moves, you've lost your focus and you have to regain your focus. Also, a limitation of our tool limited the sheer amount of audio. It's a huge amount of recording. And so we had to break it up into portions, segments, which we did the beginning, the middle, the end. And we worked with the FBI agent to break it at about the same points that the motion happened of the recording device.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to examine State's Exhibit 110 thumb drive?
Yes, immediately before we came in here.
All right. And is this a fair and accurate work product that you did as far as the audio only on the Dolce Vita recording?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence States 110.
Any objection?
Just our previous objection.
States 110 will be admitted over objection at this time.
Is there any part of your processing or methodology that actually changes the voices or adds words into the voices, anything like that?
No, when we begin our processing, we set up the controls and the tool does not allow you to actually make any changes. You hit process and it starts at the beginning and works all the way to the end, and you can't change anything as you go along and decide to leave the word no or yes out. You get the entire thing, and the same length of the recording in is the same that comes out, down to microseconds.
And did you also perform a similar analysis or work on a second restaurant recording known as the Matt Surrey restaurant recording?
I did.
And have you had an opportunity to review States 113?
Yes, immediately before.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Immediately before.
All right, before we came into the courtroom. And is this the thumb drive that you prepared with your work?
Sorry,
in
I'm just
reference
playing
to the
around
Matt
how this
Surrey
can look
recording?
better.
It is.
All right, and were the same types of processes applied to this recording as the first one we
Oops.
discussed?
Exactly the same.
Move into evidence States 113.
Any objection to States 113?
No, Your Honor.
States 113.
Let me know which
admitted
one
at
you
this time.
like.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Not that one.
Starting with the Dolce Vita recording. That recording was made in April of 2016, right?
I do not know.
You were asked to enhance the recording
Sorry.
in January of 2022, right?
That sounds correct.
You'd agree with me that
Yes,
there's
what? You like
20
this one?
plus minutes of the recording that's missing, right? The first 20 minutes or so of the recording are missing.
All right, I like this one too.
What do you, please clarify
I
what
think,
you mean by missing?
Well, fair point.
Depends on where.
You would agree that the meeting that was recorded started before the recording, right?
Oh.
If you mean how long the conversational participants had been carrying on a conversation before the person
I
carrying
did
the
that.
recorder entered the restaurant, I have no idea how long.
CCW, look.
The recording picks
I did
up
it.
in the middle of a conversation, correct?
Much better.
If you mean device 2,
I
the one
learned
with the
something
longer
new.
recording,
I learned what I did wrong.
I believe that you might be confusing the fact that it was the middle segment of 3. If you mean the conversation, I think you mean.
The recording that you enhanced is not the beginning of the conversation, correct? Between the participants.
Again, I don't know when they began talking, but we cleaned up all the way from the beginning of the recorder entering the restaurant, by the front to a chair to another seat. And the first segment had clear conversation going on at times. Voice level goes up and down.
Thank you.
Then there's the middle segment,
Much
which
better. What do you think, you
is
guys? I did
a
it.
few
I'm so proud.
seconds, 30
I'm
seconds
gonna
or
be a live
something,
streamer.
maybe a minute go by, and then the video from the other device starts.
Fair enough.
If that's the one that you're talking
What looks
about,
on
and that's only
YouTube?
the
What
middle.
look on here?
There's
Duh.
the lead up to that portion is another 20 minutes.
But you don't know if the conversation began before the recording started, correct?
Correct. I have no way of knowing that.
Now, even on your enhanced version, virtually everything said by the female participant remains inaudible or unintelligible, right?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by virtually, but I would say that the female participant talked very seldomly. More of her words are audible in the first segment than in the middle segment, but she also seemed to talk
Nice
less.
encouragement. Thank you, everybody.
And I can say that because you can obviously tell that she does say some words, even when you can't pick them out. You can tell that something is being said, not only by the male participant, his conversational behavior, but you can actually hear some vocalizations from the female, but you can't always pick out what she's saying.
During a lot of the recording, no matter what you did to fix that lens, you still couldn't make out what she was saying, correct?
Yes. She was speaking away from the male participant, and speaking in a low enough level that at many times the male participant asked her to repeat herself.
Nonetheless, on the recording itself, no matter what you did, a lot of times you're only hearing half of a conversation, right?
One side of a conversation.
One side of a conversation.
That's correct.
That's right. One side. I'm our
Now,
little play.
were you aware that the FBI did its own enhancement back in August of 2016?
I was told that.
Did you ever listen to that enhancement?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that virtually everything you hear on your enhancement, you can hear on that enhancement?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Okay. You hear different words on your enhancement versus the first enhancement? Or are they just clearer?
Clear, much clearer. My understanding was the reason we were given these recordings was that originally the evidence was not suitable for playback to the jury because it required somebody to be have very good listening equipment and to listen very carefully and loop it many times to be able to really pick out what the words might be. I would say, in all fairness, that after our enhancement, you didn't have to struggle that much except on those inaudible parts.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a very specific question, not about the ease of hearing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking, could you hear any new words on your recording versus the original recording?
I can only speak for myself, but I would say yes, for me, for my ears.
Oh.
Turning your attention to Matsuri, that recording was made in April of 2016, right?
I do not have this information.
Okay. And again, you weren't asked to perform an enhancement until early 2022, right?
That sounds right.
And for those two recordings, again, is it your testimony that you hear different words on your enhancement versus the original?
I wouldn't say, well, actually, I would agree. Different words than were originally transcribed versus what I heard. And I would say that the result of our enhancement, more words are intelligible.
Now, you also note in your report that portions were.
This is just the touch that
Oh,
I
for
needed
God's
to complete
sake.
all
Okay,
my
hold
holiday.
on.
The
Oh.
Liquid Lash Extensions Mascara really just finishes.
Is that accurate?
Sorry.
Yes, I would also say.
I gotta get an ad
and due
blocker.
to the obscuration of the head, one participant leans over and whispers very close to the other person's ear. So all of a sudden the head's in the way of the focusing effort we made.
So in those instances where those whispers occur at Matsuri, you have no idea what was said.
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Okay, so he could hear that, you guys? So does this mean he could hear it? Is that what you guys are getting this? Oh. Then why can't you have?
No, Your Honor, no further questions.
You may step down,
Oh,
sir.
for God's sakes. So what do we learn there?
Members of the jury, before we continue with the next witness, we will take a brief break.
Brief
The
break.
bailiff will escort you back to the jury room.
Okay, so yeah. Well, we got the full screen, right? Hey, whatever looks on, I learned something here, CCW. Whatever looks on YouTube is going to look like what I have here. So that's what I've learned. I hit the chat room there, and then I just hit the enhancement button, and voila, I got a full screen.
Once again, Mr. Ross.
Thank you for the encouragement.
Parts of the recording.
Could have done it without any of you right now.
Do we have it?
Go ahead.
May we be excused to do that?
That's fine.
Oh. Okay. So you know what I've learned? Here, I'll tell you what I've learned. I've learned that he said he could hear a little bit what she was saying. Yeah. I don't know. Come on, you guys. Just a little chitter-chattering of the dishes and the... You know, how in the world could they ever think that they were going to get a good audio for listening to those two at a good restaurant? Well, you could say Nancy's because they knew they were going to go there for lunch. Okay. Who was listening on another channel? I think it's Survival of something, but anyway, I mean, I'm not promoting this channel, but different channels are just interesting to me. That's what makes me different than most YouTube streamers that I don't poo-poo people talking about other channels. Go ahead, go for it, because, you should. I never understood why people say, don't talk about other people's channels on my channel. Talk about other people's channels on my channel. That way I can learn from them. And then, maybe they want to listen to me. Fine. If not, okay. I'm having fun. Quiet on my chat room. Okay. All right, everybody. I just sent John his wishes, or good everybody. I sent everybody John's comments, how they miss him, and hopefully he reads them, and we do. It's 34 degrees here. $34. Brrr. Cold Halloween night. The Midwest is really weird. It can be really warm on Halloween night, or it can be very cold. One year, years ago in Nebraska, we had a ice storm on Halloween, and the city of Omaha canceled Halloween. Yeah, no kidding. Not making it up. I'm not making it up. Oh. $76 and probably in the 50s today. Well, for us, winter is coming, isn't it? Oh, I just feel like this case is just like, I don't know. Everything seems like to me is it's in limbo or something. Mm. Yeah, it's Halloween. You never know what's going to happen on Halloween. Yeah, yeah, but that's what our weather's been like too. CCW. Okay, you know what? Now that we're having this little bit of a break, let's talk about other cases that are that interest you. Sorry, that's okay. That's okay, Spacey. You're fine. Okay, great. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. But anyway, while we're just sitting here idle, does anybody want to throw some ideas on what kind of trials they like to listen to in the future? I think because what I really want, I want this to be like a group thing. Since we're a very small group, I think we can do this. I think we can all get together and just have like a session where we just talk. And CCW doesn't like the meeting of the minds kind of thing, but I do. Like maybe we can, after this trial, we can just kind of like get together and come with some topics they like to see. And I'm very open, by the way. Totally 100% open. All right, take it away. All right, well, okay, I agree. That would be rough. I don't. How about the suitcase trial? I don't know. All right, everybody comment on the suitcase trial. 1 for yes, and 2 for no, and 3 for I really don't know about the case. Come on, everybody. Come up with something. A big fraud. Yeah. All right. 3, you don't know anything about the case. It's about a gal who put her ex-boyfriend in a suitcase while he was alive, yes, and left him there and said they were playing hide and seek. And then when the authorities found him, he was dead. And maybe yes. All right. Yes. I have heard the Cobra case is going to be it's going to be televised. But we don't have to do this right away. The Boone case, to me, it really is an interesting trial. As I understand, the gal, her lawyer, she kept firing her lawyers, and there's a whole bunch of letters that she was sent to her lawyers. Maybe yes. What's maybe yes? The Cobra file or the Boone case? Depends on whether they're going to be on trial. The Boone case just keeps on delaying because of the attorneys. She does not cooperate with her attorneys. She thinks she can control the whole show. Actually, I that would be an interesting case. I would have to look up when these cases are going to actually be, because we can probably do both. But you know what's fun about doing a case that's pretty mainstream is you can get a lot of information. You can get a lot of different views, because I honest and truly okay with you coming to me and say, I heard this on this and this channel. I'm fine with it. You're freezing on the beach. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you for coming back. Freezing on the beach. Imagine that. Brr. So Giselle, we're talking about, we're just throwing ideas on trials. We're going to do this as a group. We're a small group, and we're just going to kind of do some discussions. I did this crazy mix-up trial because I thought it was interesting. Yeah, you know what she does. Yeah, that's true. Hunter, you mean the Hunter Biden? Ooh, Politico. Is that what you mean? Is he going to go on trial? Is this going to be on TV? Talk to me. Oh, there's your fraud. Yeah, she does. Here, I'm going to pull this up and look and show the gang. Coffee chatters, look. What do you think? It'd be kind of funny because it's controversy. I mean, if that's what you mean, if that's the, if that's what you're talking about. Hunter Biden? You would like to see the Hunter Biden if it was on live? Me too. Boy, would I love to see that trial. Oh, I never heard of the Melly trial. I have to look that up. Okay, so I'm going to give Giselle I'm going to give her the floor. Giselle, take it over. Tell us about the Melly trial. I don't know if I had an email message on here. I'll let you come up and talk about it. Talk about it. Talk about it. It was interesting. Oh. Okay, we're on. Okay. Melly trial. I'll look it up.
Roush, have you finished reviewing?
All right, everybody keep your thoughts.
Have you finished reviewing at this
We did
point?
review it, yes.
Is there anything further?
I
that
might
you
even
wish to raise?
dedicate a whole live stream just for that.
Well, as to
I know, honey,
the
they just keep going on and
instruction to be
off.
given before the
This was
recording is
not a lunch
shown,
break.
I have drafted one. Do the parties have any instructions that they wish the court to consider as well?
I have not drafted anything here.
I'm taking a look at pattern instruction 2.6.
Okay. If you wish to come up here, you can read this. My intention would be to give this instruction along with 2.6.
Oh, that seems interesting. I don't care if he's a rapper. Put a little juice into our trials. Oh, it ended up in a hung trial. Hung jury, I mean. Oh. So isn't this a lot of fun, you guys? We're talking about this together instead of me picking it. I just think it's our decision.
Instruction and also 2.6, unless the parties are asking for anything else to be given as well.
No, Your Honor.
Please bring in the
Oh.
Oh, one moment.
One moment. Bring in the juries. The jurors. One moment. You know, it's a good thing I like to talk, isn't it? I don't know anybody could do this without liking to talk. Little chatterbox. You just really gotta keep the troops entertained. Oh, which is starting now, the Melly trial. I wanted to do the eye drop one, but evidently I just couldn't do two. Oh, would that be? How could you live stream two? That would be nuts. So how should we do this, you guys? Should we just get together after this trial and just come up with our ideas, or should we? Let's just do it as we go along. And I will write down all the trials everybody's talking about, and we can just kind of discuss it as a group. Because it's our show, everyone. Our show, our rules. That is nuts. Okay, wow. Oh, is today weird? Because I just feel like they've just been stalling. Like we listened and then we're just like, play by ear. Yeah, you never know what crazy thing will pop up. That's probably the truth. But it's fun to talk about it. It's fun to talk about other stuff. Look at him. What do you think he's thinking? I'm going to zoom in on him. See if I can. Now I'm zooming in on the seal. Gosh. Oh, Hmm. Okay, what is going on with today? Gosh. I mean, really. I don't know. I'm having one of those Scooby Dooby moments. Seriously, what is going on? I mean, I really get attached to that seal of the great state of Florida. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Everyone can be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
Okay, good. About time. Let's go on with the show. Oh, I gotta do something here real quick. Closed captions. I like closed captions.
Currently employed for a private investment firm.
What about back in 2016?
I worked for the City of Plantation Police Department.
As part of your duties there, were you called upon to participate in a surveillance operation involving this defendant, Charles Adelson?
Yes, as a member of the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force Miami Division, I was.
And was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was ongoing at that time?
Yes, there was current electronic surveillance of Mr. Adelson at the time.
What were you asked to do?
Conduct physical and electronic surveillance of Charles Adelson.
All right, and did part of that involve going to the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes.
Is that a sushi restaurant in Miami?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what were you supposed to do once you got into the restaurant?
I had a covert electronic surveillance audio and video recording device and attempt to record Charles Adelson and his father, Harvey.
All right, and do you see Charles Adelson in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a blue blazer and a blue shirt and a blue tie.
The record will reflect the witness has identified the defendant. All right, and is this on April 21st, 2016?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what equipment are you using for this operation?
It was a recording device that recorded audio and video.
All right, can you describe the setup at the restaurant and where you were located in relation to Mr. Adelson?
Harvey and Charles Adelson were sitting at the sushi bar. I took a position directly next to Harvey.
Were you able to hear the conversation that they were having?
No,
Was the recorder closer to them than you were?
it was right between myself and Harvey Adelson.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording that's captured on State's Exhibit 12?
Yes,
And is that a fair and accurate recording of the interception you made there at the Matsuri restaurant on the date in question?
yes, it is.
All right, and it's video and audio, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, let the record reflect the witness has initialed this exhibit and will at this time move it into evidence as State's Exhibit 112.
States 112 is admitted. Cross-examination.
Hi, good afternoon.
Back in 2016, you didn't really like sushi, did you?
Not that much.
I do.
You didn't see them enter the restaurant, right?
No.
If it's May, right?
And you didn't see them talk outside the restaurant before they entered the restaurant, right?
No,
There's no recording of that you, to your knowledge, correct?
that's correct.
Now, during the conversation, do you recall some whispering happening?
Yes,
And you couldn't hear what was whispered, right?
that's correct.
When they left the restaurant, could you see them talking in the parking lot?
Yes,
But there's no recording of what they were saying in the parking lot, right?
that's correct.
You participated in the arrest of Charlie Adelson as well, right?
That's correct.
And that occurred in April of 2022.
Yes,
And the arrest happened at around 6 a.m. in the morning.
yes,
And during that arrest, one of the officers got caught in a barbed wire fence, right?
yes,
Oh, God.
That was behind Mr. Adelson's house, right?
yes, in the side, I believe.
Also, during that arrest, there were a lot of security cameras, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. When Charlie Adelson was arrested, he surrendered peacefully,
Yes,
and he consented to allow the agents to come in the house.
I wasn't aware of that.
Fair enough. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Oh, so one of the officers got caught in barbed wire?
Redirect examination.
Barbed wire? Not barbed
You
wire,
missed that
barbed
down.
wire. Oh, God.
Please call your next witness.
That's it. Special agent number 4. Oh, we got a lot of little special agents going on, huh? So now we got a special agent or one of the guys got caught in a barbed wire before they made the arrest of Charlie. Evidently, we don't listen to a recording. I'll see if I can find some recordings and maybe we can have like a special recording chat and see if it's legal.
Agent Sanford, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yeah, really,
You
no
take
kidding.
your seat.
All right, who's this special man?
Have you reintroduce yourself?
Again, Special Agent Patrick Sanford,
Oh.
FBI.
All right, I want to circle back to a couple questions I missed last time with you, and then we'll talk about the
Okay, we get him
wiretap
back.
case.
He's the one who gave me the
In
murder
reference
timeline.
to Professor Markel, he was transported from the scene to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how long he survived before he was pronounced dead?
Approximately 14 hours.
All right, and I want to ask you a few questions in reference to Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson advises that the Markels, meaning Dan's parents, have had unfettered access to their grandchildren. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge, no.
How many visits have they had with their grandchildren, say between May of 16 and April of 2022?
I don't believe they've had any visits during that time period.
All right, and what about since then?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe less than a handful. I can't remember exactly how many.
Does 3 sound correct?
That sounds all right.
After Wendy got skewered at the first trial for not allowing any visits, she then allowed a visit, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and mischaracterizing testimony.
Overruled as to those grounds.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. When was the first visit that the Markel family had after their son was murdered with their grandchildren?
It was a few weeks before the scheduled trial of Catherine McManua because we ended up delaying the grand jury indictment of Mr. Adelson so they could meet.
For fear that if we proceeded with the indictment as scheduled, that visit might be canceled?
That's
Objection, Your Honor. Leading. And foundation.
Sustained as to foundation.
You mean the recording? No, I don't think it is.
You're probably right. All right, I want to turn your attention to Mr. Rivera. We heard from Mr. Rivera. Are you familiar with his role in this case?
Yes, I am.
And were you aware that Mr. Rivera chose to become a witness in this case
I am.
in exchange for a plea deal?
Yes.
Were you present when he gave his proffered testimony initially?
Yes, correct.
All right, did we learn anything new in the proffer with Mr. Rivera that we had not known as part of the investigation already?
We did.
And was one of those items related to Mr. Garcia shooting a hole in the rental car?
That's correct.
Had at the time that you were interviewing Rivera or taking this proffer from Rivera, had law enforcement already tracked down that particular Prius, the suspect vehicle in this case?
We had. It had been sold previously and we tracked it down.
And upon that initial inspection, was this bullet hole discovered?
No, we were unaware of it.
Unaware of the
After
bullet.
the proffer with Mr. Rivera, did law enforcement go back to look at the Prius to see if there was any evidence to corroborate what Rivera was saying about that particular item?
Yes, we did. We went back and took possession of the vehicle and got a search warrant and searched it.
I'm showing you state's exhibits 49 through 53.
Exhibitties. Exhibity do's.
Recognize these exhibits?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs taken when they reacquired the vehicle and conducted the search warrant and found the actual bullet hole going through where it went through and severed the gas line, and it was repaired.
All right, are they fair and accurate photos of the Prius upon that second inspection made by law enforcement?
That's correct.
All right, moving to evidence 49 through 53.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Do we have
49 through 53 are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Okay, so the bullet went through the floorboard and screwed up the gas line. I'm trying really hard not to laugh, everybody. Exhibity do's, yes. Did you see the Daryl Brooks case where they accidentally had a typo and it said exhibity? That's where I'm getting it from. I'm not making this up. It's not my material. I swear. I got it from another trial.
Publishing 49.
I am such a trial nerd.
52.
We're going to call them exhibity do's. Okay.
Is that just documenting the VIN number of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Publish 51.
They're-
What does the rod show in the vehicle?
It shows the path of the bullet, where the hole is, and the path of which way it traveled.
You remember this
And then
exhibity?
Passenger seat floorboard.
Correct.
All right.
Exhibity doodah.
Do's.
We're very professionals in this chat room.
All right. What does this exhibit show?
This is the fuel line. You can see where it had been severed and had been repaired.
Mr. Rivera testified that he knew Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed. And that's why the killing had to happen on the day it did. Are you familiar with that piece of his testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And have we ever found any? Let me strike that. Have you had an opportunity to review Mr. Markel's face? Was there anything on his Facebook indicating that he was going out of town the day after he was killed?
No, it wasn't.
Have you had an opportunity to review the prof's blog that was provided by the defense in this case?
Some of it.
Yeah.
All right. And is the
Exhibity
does the
doodah,
prof's blog provide
exhibity.
specific information that would let these killers know that he was going to New York the next day?
There was just a reference to a conference that was being put on.
That Danny and I are going to a conference?
That's correct.
So someone else saying Danny and I are going to a conference that starts on X date?
That's correct. There was no other information detailing his travels.
And is that published in the form of like an alert, or is it just in a narrative of a lot of other stuff?
No, it was buried inside of a lot of other stuff, inside of comments.
Yeah, really. I know.
I
I
wanna move
know.
on to the wire.
I'm returning this car and there's a bullet in the floorboard.
Whose phones were
Oops.
tapped in this case?
I was playing with the gun, all right?
Catherine McManus and Charlie Adelson's.
Happens to
How
everyone.
many phone calls were intercepted total?
Oh, wow. Thousands.
Have you reviewed the disc of calls that were selected and prepared for the jury's consideration in this case?
Yes, I have.
Are they all fair and accurate recordings of calls intercepted pursuant to the wiretap in this case?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I would move into evidence states 108. It's a thumb drive containing the wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, other than our previous objection.
States 108 will be admitted at this time over objection. Go ahead.
May I confer with the opposing counsel for a moment?
Take your time.
What's up with this tan suit? It's more like a summer attire. It's fall. I would be wearing buckles. Oh, that's right. You guys are in Florida. Okay. So, let me say something really funny. Wear a blue suit. Yes, wear a blue suit for God's sakes. Oh gosh, Yeah, who said about the rental? They take the car back to the rental and said, I don't know. I had an accident. I was just playing with this gun and went right through the floorboard. That could happen to anybody, right? Go figure. No. Oh yeah, here we go. Yep, here we go. I like this. Yep. Can you imagine turning that car back in? Do you have any problems? Did you have any problems? How would you explain that? How would you explain that? Coffee Chat Rants. Oh, gosh. Oh, CCW. Okay, keep us posted if you like. Okay, I like to look at the gallery here.
I'm sorry.
The people in
we
the
should have handled before the jury came in. I think we're ready to proceed.
Go ahead.
All right, so in reviewing the calls that were captured on this wiretap, was there any evidence of Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson meddling in Wendy Adelson's life?
Yes, there's quite a bit.
And I wanted to bring your attention first to a text message that was included in Sergeant Corbett's presentation about pulling the plug.
We love you,
on
CCW.
purchase. Are you familiar with that text message?
Yes, I am.
All right, and for jury's reference, it's page 218 in Sergeant Corbett's presentation, but we've already seen these text messages. Can you tell me why the date of the pulling the plug on the house is of interest to your investigation?
That text message was sent on Halloween of 2013, which was the same time frame that Catherine McManua said that Charlie came to her.
We love you, CCW.
All right, so the pulling the plug on the house, who's pulling the plug on the house?
Wendy was pulling the plug on the house. She was looking to buy a house, and Charlie was talking to her about not purchasing the house, not wanting her to purchase a house in Tallahassee.
And was that done at someone else's urging to Charlie?
Yes, it was.
Who is that?
His mother, Donna Adelson.
All right, and this date where it's revealed in the text that when you pulled the plug on the house is the same date that Charlie Adelson first approached Magbanua about harming Markel?
That's correct.
And that's Halloween, October 31st, 2013?
Correct.
All right, I want to move on to Dave. Do you know who Dave is as a subject that comes up quite a bit on the wire?
I do.
And who is
I like
Dave?
to know where this wire is.
It's one of Wendy's ex-boyfriends named Dave Attell.
Oh, Wendy's ex-boyfriend, another boyfriend? Oh my God, I thought I
Is
was
this
a
the
player
person
back
she
in the
was
day.
dating apparently at the time of the wiretap?
Oops, did I say that?
That's correct.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
And is Dave the subject of discussion between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson?
He is.
So the two of them are talking about Wendy's love life.
Correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed the wire to find out how many times Dave comes up on the wire?
Quite a few, at least a dozen times.
That they're having conversations about the status of Wendy's relationship with Dave?
That's correct. And some of the conversations are quite lengthy.
Dave's not here.
Okay. And Judge, for this, I have just figured out what one thing.
This is the first time I heard about Dave. How about you guys?
Could we mark this?
I got questions. Always have questions. We got coffee questions.
It's going to be 129, Your Honor. I've got a couple additional calls that I'd like to publish, starting with this call, which is call 989. So I'm moving to introduce states. What's the number, Ms. Dugan? moving to introduce 129, which is a thumb drive containing additional wire calls, including 989, which I'd like to publish at this time.
Any objection?
I don't know who Dave is either. Is he going to be on the family list?
For a caveat or lawyer speak, do you have an objection?
Yeah.
Let's take a brief break. Members of the jury.
Oh, the
today
look
will
on
be
his
taken
face.
back to
He
the
has
jury
an
room.
objection, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, everyone. Who is Dave? 2013? Probably. That's possible. One of the guys. She was really playing Jeff, wasn't she? Oh my gosh. And the defense is like, do I have any objections? Oh, wait.
Affirmative, one way or the other. Please play the recording for the defense.
Oh, we get recording? I'm stumped. You're stumped. We're all stumped.
989 occurred on April 15th of 2016 at 8:21 p.m.
On 2001, she
I
faded.
also intend to publish 2873, which occurred on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.
May
23rd, you said? Yes, ma'am.
May 23rd.
Correct. I'm sorry. Did I say that? Okay. First one is 989, 4:15 of 16 at 8:21 p.m. Second one is 2873, May 3rd, 2016, 7:53 p.m.
2016. April. Okay, this is getting salty.
Something for identification. I didn't move it into evidence. But I think I said that on the record.
Yeah, right? I think it is. I think it's, yeah. Okay, so 2 transcriptions. If I get this right or wrong, please let me know. You can always correct me. So, alarm crime coverage is being so choppy. Okay, yeah, good. I'm glad you guys are listening to other stations because this really helps out all of our pieces. See what I mean? You just can't rely on one station. Rely on 4 or 5 of them at the same time. That's what you guys do. I love it. Love it, love it. Always got to share what the other people are doing. Okay, April 16th or 20th, she said, 8:21. I'm going to say, hey, what the fuck is going on? Who knows? Oops. Oh, no. God, I am a big fan of the cursey words, aren't I? Okay, so May 3rd. All right. So here we are. We're on pause again. And now we're waiting for them to make a decision. I mean, come on. You like it here? Thanks. I like you guys. Where are they going? We have no idea where they're going at this point. We've been sitting all day. I feel like I'm on an airplane ride, and all of a sudden we have to stop again. You have to wait for something stupid. And then take off again, and we're stopping again. Oh, I'm so glad you like it here, Lori. Lori, thank you. Hey, this is a effery. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying. Okay, let me get this right. So the state is really bringing up a lot of things that I just don't think the defense wants to hear, to be honest. Yeah, the state's seal. I'm really I'm bonding with that seal, you guys. Bonding with the state of Florida seal. I have it memorized. I'm going to say to my sleep tonight. I'm going there next month to visit my kids. Yeah. Lori, we've been seeing this all day. So now we have, okay, here we go. Now we have Dave in the mix. Where did Dave come from? Where did Dave come from? This chick was leading Jeff along, wasn't he? Wendy's ex-boyfriend back in 2016. Was she? I don't think she was dating him. I'm trying to figure out the dates of when she. I gotta check on my timeline here on my phone. Somebody sent me. I mean, from the dating app, yeah, okay. But I'm trying to figure out, was she dating him the same time she was dating Jeffrey? See how the rabbit holes I go through? I go through a lot of them. If I'm going through rabbit holes, can you imagine what a jury's doing now? Jeez. Oh boy, bang your head against the wall. Here we go again. All right. She was dating Jeff back in 2004. Let's see, the first date, I think 2014. I don't know how they can come up with that. I think I have her first date. Okay, yeah, they went on their first date of September 2013. So evidently Day was not in the picture yet. Yeah, okay, so don't you think, you guys, I really need to make a timeline out of some of this stuff. I really do. I need just to put it up there once in a while and just look at it, because this is just getting crazy. So yeah, I'm gonna have to work on that. I'll try to work on it tonight. Okay, so Judge. Okay, Wendy's first date with Jeff was on 2000 or in September 2013. Yeah, really. And then they dated into the 2014. Yeah. So no, it's not the same time, because I think according to, wait a minute, hold it. Okay, somebody please help me. I'm all over the place on this. I'm going to have to go back and check. 2013, Wendy's ex-boyfriend. Oh my gosh. No, how did I get 2016? I don't know how I did that. Gosh. Okay, I'll be right back. I got to be right back. I'm not doing a coffee snap. I'm I just promise you, I got to do something real quick. Oh. Okay, back. Okay, according to my notes, you guys, I was ranting and raving over some. I like to clarify, strike what I just said. Yes, 2013, it looks like date comes up a lot. So she dates Jeff in September 2013. And I love the state of seal, don't you, Lori? Oh, God. I feel like we're traveling somewhere, then now we're stuck. You got to wait for a train or something. Then we're traveling, we get somewhere, and then now we're stuck. I had a feeling this might happen, this trial, the way it was going with the jury selection, to be honest. Yeah, you're right. Couldn't they have asked Wendy directly who Dave is? Evidently not. Why is he coming up all of a sudden? And it looks like he calls frequently. Yeah, I wish we could. I wish we could, Lori. Oh boy, I really picked a doozy, didn't I? I picked a fun doozy, I think. Okay, you'll look it up later how they came up with it. That'd be great. Hey, anybody want to share notes or any kind of thoughts with me? I would really appreciate it. So if you were on somebody's stream some night and you want to come on here and tell me about it, tell me about it. I do not care other people talking about other streams here. It helps everyone. And when you do watch other people stream, make sure that you tell them that you like them and you appreciate them. Hit the like button, you guys. Hit the like button. I know, doesn't it look nice and the warmth and the, yeah. Look at the, yeah, they're just on the beach and little, just kind of close your eyes, look at the Gulf. Think of your happy place, Nancy. Yeah, I had some happy moments in that state. All right, here we hear noise. We hear noise.
We have an affirmative statement.
Oh, look at he's smiling. It went his
Okay.
way.
Please bring the jurors in.
All right, bring the jury in. Dun, 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 dun. We need to bring the jury in song. Yo, you can't break it down with him. No, my husband won't even ask. You are absolutely right. My brother asked, I said, I don't know, go look it up. Literally, go look it up. I'm not going to explain it. Let you go on my chat rooms. You just can't explain it. You can't just say this, that, and be on with it. There's really no elevator explanation to it whatsoever. No, you have to be in the beginning. Even then, you don't know. Yeah. I didn't realize he was so tall. These two really got around, didn't they?
Everyone can be seated.
Okay. Here we go.
You may continue.
Thank you.
Yeah, he is. I like him.
I've made a mess of a couple things.
I do.
Can we circle back to the Wendy giving Dan's parents visitation question?
Okay.
Are you familiar with the email that Dan's mother sent regarding the Jewish-run child services organization?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Between that and April of 2022, how many visits did the Markels have with their grandchildren?
As far as I'm, information I have is 0.
Ooh.
So not unfettered access.
That's correct.
Okay. And since then, 3 visits, correct?
Correct, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
That's
All
not right.
My next mess
Let's mess up.
is this exhibit, which is now going to be 130, not 129, as I previously indicated, because we had already identified something previously as 129. So 130 is going to be the Dave call. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you're familiar with this particular call. It's call number 989 on the wire. Do you remember it?
Yes.
Okay. And this call was made on, may I have that sheet? April 15th of 2016.
Okay, I was
at
right at the
8:21
beginning with.
PM. Sound right?
That sounds
Okay,
right.
wasn't it the 13th, you guys? I was
At
wrong.
this time, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 130 and publish
I was wrong.
989.
Is there an objection as to states 130?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted at this time.
All right, and if we could just start at 8:56, please.
Oh, we get a call. Can anybody hear
All right,
that?
can you pause it? Okay. All right, so Judge, this may be a good time to have the jury advise that they each have headphones and may make use of them. If they don't need them, that's okay, but if they want them, you have volume controls for everyone.
Members of the jury, please take your headphones if you wish to listen in that
Yeah,
fashion.
me too. You know, whatever you want to do, that's fine. You got to live with it, not me. All right. Is this the Dave call?
Where are the volume controls on the headphones?
Can everybody hear this
Front
audio?
row is going to have to tinker with it. Why don't we just play a minute of
Yeah?
this as a
Okay.
test,
I'm going to go with you hearing
back
it.
it up once everyone
Oh, I wish
hears some of
CCW
the
was with
volume.
us with this call.
Because I'm in that demographic guy who wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, like, because before the people my home.
I can barely hear it.
I'm not asking for her to date. Oh. Or people see I had done. And I continue to talk to her. But there's a limit, because there's a point at which someone purposely would do what you're asking them. Just purposely do the opposite. What's that?
All right, Judge, could we inquire as
Me
as
too.
everyone is comfortable with that equipment at this time?
It's mumble
For
jumble.
everyone who is going to wear the headphones, do you have anything that you need to raise?
Do I need to put this
All
up?
right, they're nodding their heads in the affirmative that the headphones are working and giving a thumbs up.
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead.
Come on, you guys. Give us a decent audio.
The reason why I don't, just to see the guy had the problem is that he was 26 and he's trapped. Like, where do you think it's gonna be when, like, I mean, I would, and the problem is too, is like, and she had to hear it from me because I'm in that demographic I want to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, Wendy, you put the tours, he put my own budget, 37. I'm not asking for her to date. No.
She needs to know, Charlie, how unusual a guy he is.
Of course.
She's especially something.
I had done.
I know.
From the beginning. And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit, because there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them to purposely do the opposite.
And she's going to screw her life because there ain't going to be another day. There ain't going to be another day.
What's that?
There's not going to be another
Yeah.
day.
The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice, but I can tell you this, that probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is this.
That's what she needs to do.
She understands when I don't ever offend her. Because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could be with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out with you, because you were there with this lady really ahead of
I know.
But they opened it for you.
Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendy, in a million years I would have dated a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. She knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it.
Good question, Giselle.
She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends.
I know.
Tell her that you deserve the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of 2 kids who aren't his. Like,
hello,
there's
CCW.
Tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys want to date her because nothing's more fun to have a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
God.
That's cool.
Only someone like him.
Yeah, really, what a winner.
Who knows what it's like, could understand it, and doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let me give you an example. Ted Burns. You remember that crazy mom lived on the other street? The lawyer.
No, of course.
Okay. Ted Burns got divorced from his wife. He's engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took Warren Sapp, football player. Yeah, he took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to Atlanta. So we'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so he's engaged now to a new girl that he's known forever. Okay. He has 3 kids. I'm in that age group. I don't know what. And I'm wondering if Sue's at what. It's not, I mean, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're worse than somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to come home from work and talk to like a 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, they're my nephews, I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendy, it's Wendy and the 3 boys. 3 people you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say.
I know you too.
I mean, and I listen, and a part of me is because, you know what, someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
And that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, in which I don't know if she's got her hips stuck up in her neck.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not. But guess what?
They're not living their life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, you know, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So you can be a great guy, he doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you gonna do? Kick him out too?
This guy not only was crazy about her, but he's crazy about his boys. And he treats her, and that's what.
That's why, but because the truth is, she can be a great guy. You know, those aren't his boys. He just doesn't like them. What is she gonna do? Get rid of them? He may treat her well, but he's like,
I have
okay,
no
okay,
idea.
The kids will put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever.
I
And
have
then
no
what if
idea,
they're real
Giselle.
nice to the boys on day one, but
I keep thinking I
you know,
pronouncing
3
your
years down
name
the road,
wrong.
you know, had enough of
I have no
it.
idea.
You know, they're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just
I'm gonna have to
saying.
listen to this again, maybe,
No, that
if I'm in the
she's
mood.
an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again.
No,
And
listen,
if she throws it away, she's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for these kids that deserve it. Yeah.
But you don't understand. You could never say that to her. Oh, you can. It was a pet.
I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can just tell you the end of the cover. You can tell me the beginning.
If I could say it, if you were here, that's what I would do. I would try. I would try.
And you fuck it up good and go, I tried. you would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently.
I know. Charlie,
So-
believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. I really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen.
Who's he talking
she's doing
to?
Great with that, considering everything.
Did I miss something?
I would just like
Let me go through my notes.
She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too, but I can tell
I
you this.
really am. And I appreciate what you do because
I go.
who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say, hey, wake up? You know, this is not only the perfect guy for you, but it's the dad for you.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity.
We always miss you, Sissy Dunn, when we're not around.
Oh,
Yes, we
yeah,
are lucky to have you.
I'm shocked that you don't.
Because the truth, and that's what I could, listen, Mom.
I feel like an acting on the hill at the meeting and going like, wake up.
Trust me, Mom, let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her in the head and knocking her over the head. So trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, but the way I'll tell her too, is like, Wendy, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendy, I wouldn't meet Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
And desperately wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, what do you about? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto
Is
again.
Dave her brother?
You still have a
Wendy's?
14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto.
Right, so just to clarify, this call is, oh, guess I gotta wait to take the headphones off. This call happens 2 years after Dan Markel's death.
That's correct.
Did Wendy end up marrying Dave?
No, I'm always all wrong.
All right, what about, so we talked about the meddling in her financial decisions, her love life. What about her career? Do they talk about that as well?
They do.
And I'm referring to Donna Adelson and the defendant discussing Wendy Adelson's career decisions.
That's correct.
All right, are you familiar with call 2873, also here on exhibit 130? All right, and was that call made on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.?
That sounds correct.
Permission to publish this call, Your Honor?
You may.
7:08.
Hopefully we can hear it better.
Other stuff from this firm. And what you just shared on
So I don't know if I told you this. I got Wendy to accept that job with Wall.
With who?
She told me she was going to accept, like after I got done
She
learning
did?
about Wall with her, she said she was going to accept that job.
You
She was thinking about not taking it.
I think if it's not what she wants, but it's only about.
But I said, Wendy, first of all, there's no time frame on it.
Right.
And if you change your mind, you change your mind. So, but you'll pick up skills you don't have.
Right.
And basically, now's not the time to just chill and become a guidance counselor at Miami. Like, you're way overqualified.
And she's been hired anyway, because nothing there.
No, they offered her a job at UM. The dean called her up at UM.
Oh, she didn't tell me that.
Yeah, but it would have been basically like as a.
Yeah, she's not qualified to be guidance counselor.
Not a guidance counselor, an advisor or whatever it was. Like, she's like, no, it basically would have been brainless work for her. She said the way she said it. She said even the dean called her up to ask her to take the job. But the thing is, I'm like, Wendy, you have to get as much skill as you can now. If this is a skill you just got done telling me you don't really know how to do, now's the time to go learn that skill, not later.
Right.
Like, you need to learn it. So at least you can learn it until you don't like it. You can learn it. You can make a bunch of money. That's the whole thing is that she can. I'm like, Wendy, then you might as well do it to see if you even like it. She's like, well, it's not really what I like.
But she's never done it.
Right, but you've never done it. So you really don't know until it's like dentistry. Until you practice dentistry, you don't really know what it's like.
Exactly.
So I got her to do that. And then the other thing I was going to tell you is she asked Dave to come to the house for Mother's Day.
Oh, she asked you.
Yeah, if I would mind. And I said, of course I mind. Don't bring him. I told her, I said, yeah, bring him. She texted me the other day. And I said, yeah, bring him, the more the merrier.
Why not? It's fun.
Yeah, I don't care.
I wouldn't care if you take the kids and Dave on the boat for an hour.
Oh, yeah.
And like a pool, just to help, a nice
We do. But yeah, no, I told her, of course, bring him. I mean, I'm sure you'd rather her to spend the day with him than you anyway. It's the best Mother's Day present you could have given me. Could have spent the day with him.
You know what? And that's like, I'm happy. As you know, I'm super happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I thought that'd be your best Mother's Day present this year when he wants to bring Dave.
Oh, I think it is Charlie and his mom.
You know what? I have to walk away. But he's not, and both boys are not very good at hugging and kissing, and it always looks like he feels, and it's kind of your boys, they're just not the way girls are. Girls are more kissy. So he said to her, then I said, people who love you hug and kiss. I said, that's what Grandma and Grandpa always wanted to hug and kiss. And he said, I always do that with my mommy and daddy, and I do that with my children, and I do that with my grandchildren. So he said, yeah, it's like they and mommy. They're hugging and kissing all the time because they love each other. And I said, yeah, I guess so. So,
Oh, all right. Thanks for telling me that. Oh, tell Dennis thank you for helping you because we love having you here.
Wendy just doesn't
That's
comprehend
neat.
at all how lucky she is. It doesn't register in her head how lucky she is at all. No, and not even like.
Yeah, let's all say thank you, Dennis.
Which is great.
Me too. We're all happy
Yeah.
for that Dennis
But
is
at least she
helping
doesn't see
you.
herself as a victim anymore, which is great too.
I'm just happy to hear that she's accepting more and more kind of things. That's great.
Yeah, no, so she's
And the funny thing was, I
So Wendy's very lucky. She has a great life.
All right, let's move on.
She should be grateful.
To the bump. Was the bump on April 19th, 2016?
Correct.
What time of day was the bump?
I believe it was around 1:45, 1:50.
The bump. We don't.
Okay, in the afternoon?
In the afternoon, yes.
Were you involved in that operation?
They're not talking
Yes,
about
I
the
was.
dance,
What
the
was your
bump.
role?
I was the lead agent.
Sorry.
With the
It's my 80s humor.
brought the undercover down there, and I coordinated everything.
It's a boomer, baby boomer
What was
joke.
the purpose of the bump?
The bump is the dance.
The purpose was we had just began Title III on the individuals, and we knew it had been 2 years after the homicide, and we wanted to purport the undercover agent to pretend to be somebody that Luis Rivera knew. Luis Rivera was currently in prison at the time, had been in jail, was in prison, and we wanted to make it seem that Luis Rivera was talking to people and telling people what he had done, and possibly even want more money out of it because his family was struggling because he was in prison.
Why did you select Donna Adelson to be the recipient of this bump?
Yeah.
Because we noticed the pattern of calls around the time of the murder. The calls were always Donna Adelson to Charleston to Catherine Magbanwa to Sigfrido Garcia and then back. It was always going back and forth pretty much in that order.
Makes sense.
So we wanted to start it on one end and see what would happen, see if it would travel that same line.
So just threw it out there and see if it just.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd like to publish States 105.
Are they going to show the bump?
Video.
The dance?
You may proceed.
Let's do the bump. Let's do the bump. So I think I'm going to show the bump. I've seen this like a couple times. Yep. Okay.
Black shorts. What is it?
That's Donna.
Pause it for just a moment.
That's Donna walking down the
So
stairs.
on the left side of the screen, we've got two different
Okay.
things going on here. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, on the left side is a body recorder that the undercover agent was wearing. And it has video and audio on it. So what you're hearing is audio coming from the undercover agent and his video. On the right side is a separate video taken from surveillance agents that were in the area watching.
All right, so the woman we're seeing on the stairs here, is that Donna Adelson?
It is, and she's exiting the Icon, which is on South Beach, her condominium. That's the stairs coming from her condominium.
Oh, her condominium. Okay. Good. Good to know. I was wondering what that was. And there he is.
Okay, bye.
Ooh, she's a fancy one. There she goes. Da, 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 da.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. Good, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Pluto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain.
Oh, you guys, he does not look like one of the thug members. Seriously, she's falling for this?
does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the icon back across the street.
And are those Wendy and Dan Markel's children?
Yes, they are.
So they're in school just literally.
Sorry, my husband had to talk to me.
over?
Right across the street from where she lives.
Okay. And when the undercover bumps Mrs. Adelson, do we know if she had a cell phone on her person?
She does look
We don't
confused.
know that.
Okay, but she didn't take one out and make a phone call.
She did not.
All right. When is her first phone call after the bump?
After she goes back into the icon.
Okay. And the undercover references the name Katie, actually two names, Katie and Tuto. Was there a strategic reason why the name Katie was used?
Yes, there was.
Could you tell us what that was?
Yeah, basically, we believe that the Adelson family had been already in the public limelight because of the bad divorce. We believe they possibly could be.
Let me back you up. Because of a bad divorce, they were in the limelight, or under suspicion for this murder?
Under suspicion for the murder because of the bad divorce.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, and then so we felt like Katie couldn't. We felt like Katie's name had to be put in there to let them know that it wasn't a random person just trying to come and extort them. That it had some legitimacy to it because the person actually was in prison. He's the one who did commit the murder, and he was the one that we wanted to portray that he was providing information to other people about the homicide.
And who is the first person that Donna Adelson calls after this bump?
Charlie Adelson.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce 124. This is a wire call summary that I've created to assist the jurors in following along with these wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
124 is admitted at this time.
And Judge, I've marked one copy for evidence. Would it be permissible to pass out copies so everyone can follow along?
Please show them to the defense, but yes.
Yes, sir.
CC Double, what are you confused about? If you're confused about the bump, we'll talk about it during a break, and I can explain a few things to you. And I don't mean the dance. Yeah, the name. Yeah, exactly. The video. Okay. I will talk about the video when we have a break. Basically, the video is just to rattle some cages and see who calls, and just kind of yeah. The video was that a meeting? No, the video that we saw is a special agent went up to Katie, and we could play that again sometime. And then what happened was
Judge, for the
anyway,
jury's purposes, will
we'll
they
just-
be able
we'll
to
talk
make
about it
notes on this
after-
and take it with them, or do they
talk
need to
about it
make their
during the
notes
break.
separately?
Defense have any objection to the jurors writing on the summary and taking it with
None
them?
at all. I think it's a great idea.
Summary.
That settles the matter.
All right.
We'll talk about the video.
At this time, Your Honor,
Break.
I will.
Or anybody wants to
ask
tell them during
publish
with chat,
what's
that's
marked
great.
as Call A on the. Have I introduced this? Introduce the wire calls themselves, and those are 108, Your Honor.
108, I believe, has already been admitted over objection.
Okay, and they're already in. So this will be call A from 108 that we'd like to publish at this time.
Of who?
you know, if you have time tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I'm going to need to speak with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
Ooh.
No.
Ooh.
I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I mean, I can, I'll have to figure out something. You can tell it will be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on
Yeah.
Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Thailand, Chile, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys will finish their, piano lesson around 4-ish, and they, the traffic at the end, they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's, IRS? Or?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way.
Right.
Okay. And
Does Wendy know that? Is it about
no,
Wendy?
no. So let me just talk to you later, and
What is it? Is there help with that?
Yeah.
All right. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
All right.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and the boys for a while. Okay?
You're going to take the boys up there?
When you get from home, maybe you can get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So it's order you talk to me today.
Today or tomorrow, I mean, it's important.
All right.
You know what to do.
Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really late.
I'm just concerned that I would have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier with my coming in out here.
Can I ask you a question? Who's the paperwork sent from?
I see them, that's great. I was something that came hand to me as I exited the building today.
And was it anonymous or?
Oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it on the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you. Trust me.
Yeah, no. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually starts later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS. But
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are.
All right.
Okay. So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
All right, I'll come down in the afternoon. That way I can hang out with you and see you at 6.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, honey. Bye.
Charlie's
All
gonna
right,
do.
so we've got
Nothing
seems like we're
is
picking
right.
up mid stride there a little bit, like we might have missed the first couple words. Can you explain if that's true and why that is?
Yeah, it could have been a couple of reasons. Technology missed it, or it could have been that the officer and picked it up and hit the record button a little bit late, just after a few seconds.
So what does this prove?
And in this call, does Donna Adelson, the thing she was handed is State's Exhibit 78, right?
That's correct.
Does she ever mention to the defendant even the name Dan Markel?
No, she does not.
Or Danny?
No,
Jibbers?
no.
All right. We've established that the undercover did say the name Katie to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Does Donna Adelson say the name Katie to the defendant?
No, she doesn't.
What does she say?
She says a girlfriend.
Who does she say this matter involves? Not Wendy, right?
Right, not Wendy. The
Who
two
does
of them.
she say?
The two of them.
The two of us,
Two of us.
meaning herself and Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Is there another call where the defendant calls Mrs. Adelson back shortly after this?
Yes,
And is that the next call on the wire?
it is.
How long after the first call is this call we're about to hear call B?
From my memory, a few minutes. I mean, I could look.
You
further in the
can
notes.
look on the
Okay.
wire call summary in front of you.
2:09. It was 5 minutes. The call we just listened to was 5 minutes long, a little over 5 minutes. This call's at 2:35.
Okay, so less than half an hour.
Correct.
All right, publish B, please.
Nothing, nothing, nothing,
Hey,
nothing.
how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the Sun Pass?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, listen. What was I going to say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No. Okay.
Okay. Because I'm going to stick with the same company.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is this: if you stay with the same company for 3 years, and then try to bump you down into a lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay. So you want me to call Pam now?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's handles some of that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I'm looking at-
I'll do that
and then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
now.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
There's reviews come in, and sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So, yeah.
So I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress about too much.
Okay. It's probably nothing.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't. If someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So.
No, of course not.
But anyway, I will. I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly if I have the day off.
Okay.
So-
I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, that's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this? I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah, I'll I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I have here.
Was it, can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
No, it's always a good possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe. Could be.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I could see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher doesn't leave till about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little after, it would be 5:15, it would be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for you to pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who is the letter addressed to? To you? That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
Okay, thank you, CCW. Yeah, we'll see you next time. Thank you for all your support today.
I would like to, I'd like to try to get to see you today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for when we
Is it, so whoever sent you the letter sent you an anonymous letter?
Not really.
Did they sign it?
We can't deliver them.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I did was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and I make a right, and I go past both driveways with the icon.
Right.
And I'm on the sidewalk, and I'm about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the boy this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, sweetie, so you stay right here then, okay? You stay right
Oh,
here.
those poor kids.
I'll look on the computer and then finish it, okay? So, yeah, it's amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and handed you, was it a young guy, old guy?
I'd say probably mid-30s. I didn't forget that face.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
I agree with you.
I'm just concerned that
He's very gullible.
All right. Well, I mean, you have to get into this stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe we better just keep it tomorrow, that's 15, 21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You never know how to interpret these things. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. Let's meet tomorrow afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I don't do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, it was just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
How long was the letter?
Yeah, it was just a copy of an article. It's not what's written on the letter, that was written on the copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should. I don't think we should take-
I mean, it's kind of, it's kind of thing, if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me,
I don't think that's a good idea.
well, I don't mean it's, if people threaten, you gotta go to the police, but let me talk, let me see what it is, let me see what nonsense it is first.
Okay.
It won't be the first time I've been threatened.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I'd like you to just see it, see what you think.
yeah,
I mean,
no,
Fisher, go to Fisher, honey, right here, right up here, honey. So let's do that, let's make it, 12:20, 12:30, tomorrow, that would be ideal, okay?
okay. You got it.
Come down, you'll play with the boys a little bit, okay?
All right, yeah, no, come down, I'll see you, I'll play with the boys.
Yeah.
No worries.
Okay.
All right, if it's something serious, I'm gonna recommend going to the police, so,
Oh, no, I know, that's what I'm thinking to do.
so, all right,
Okay.
sounds good.
Let's talk tomorrow, okay?
All right, you got it.
Does Mrs. Adelson mention Dan Markel in this call?
No, she doesn't.
There's mention of going to the police. If there was a threat, we're going to go to the police. Did anybody go to the police?
No.
And again, does Mrs. Adelson in this call ever mention the name Katie or Catherine Magbanua?
No, she doesn't.
Who is the first person that, oh, I'm sorry, we've got one more call between, does the defendant call Donna back one more time?
He does.
All right, and is this the same date?
It is.
Okay, what time does this third call happen?
It happens about 3 o'clock, about 15 minutes after the last one.
All right, publish C, please.
You may proceed.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, John.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was gonna tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic,
White.
and they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. I could describe them to a T.
What's that? You could
Describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
It's someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but.
And they have to, but I'd rather talk to you first and then.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So,
That's why, you just want me to see, because I don't want, I don't want your father upset. So,
don't say anything to dad and dad take a look at it, because dad flies off.
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's why I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
But it's clear. It's clear what's wanted.
Can I just ask you, what do they ask for?
I don't know, this TV is probably 5.
They asked you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, come on in. Good, how are you? Okay, Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Okay, your turn. Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah, that would be good.
Okay. Let me take a look, and then I'll
That's why I just thought, if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon, and I'll take a look at whatever
Yeah.
whatever's
We'll
on
go,
today.
maybe we'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's gonna be nice and small.
Yeah, me
All
too.
right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
The TV again, you guys. The
Love you too, honey.
TV.
Bye-bye. Yes.
In this call, does the defendant tell his mother, obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place?
He does.
What is the significance to your investigation of the reference to a TV? This TV is probably about 5.
He had made statements. I believe Wendy Adelson made the statement that he had offered to have a hitman hired early on, but thought it would be cheaper to have a TV, to buy her a TV as a divorce present.
All right. And what about the use of the word 5? This TV is probably about 5.
And the 5,000 is what was written on the paper that the undercover had provided.
All right. In this call, was an ex-girlfriend mentioned? Or the term ex-girlfriend?
Yes, the term ex-girlfriend.
Okay. Was it ever said up to this point, whose ex-girlfriend?
No,
The name Katie or Catherine McBanois at all?
no,
And does the defendant, in this case, has evidence revealed he has a lot of ex-girlfriends?
that's correct.
Who is the next person that he calls after these? We've got 3 calls with his mother.
Catherine McBanois.
Publish D, please.
This is telling me a full picture and a full story. Charlie's nervous about this whole bump. Of course he's going to sound calm. That's just his nature. There's nothing, yeah, they both do. They just don't want anybody rattling all over it.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Are you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
You talk right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's quite loud, but I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to her. No, I can't even fucking get outside. All right, let it off. All right. Somebody, hang on, okay? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate,
Uh-huh.
but she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it,
Yeah.
and she really wouldn't go into detail. And listen, I have no idea what this is in reference to,
Uh-huh.
but something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said,
What?
Saying I thought it was like something involved in the IRS or a payment
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name.
Uh-huh.
They handed her an envelope.
I'm sorry.
She said they split for 2
Early
minutes.
mornings.
And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend, which I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid some money.
For what?
I already know his mom didn't want to talk to me on the phone. I'm like, well,
But like, was she like, she should have like.
oh yeah, I
asked her something.
said, listen, that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right.
or threatening you like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me where it is. He's like, I just want you to see it in person. So I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
So who's like stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
This is what I do with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
Like,
know.
random person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involves your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids, and was like, listen, just she doesn't have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't know if it has anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What does it mean? Yeah, like
I don't know.
Girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything, so I just assume that.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But if it
Yeah, I
does
would
have
feel
anything
bad
to
for
do-
your mom. Like, who the hell? Like, if that was me, would have like called mom right away. Like,
I know.
Here's
I said, Mom, was the guy wearing
Number
hat
one.
glasses? Mom was like, no, I can take the person out of line in a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in his 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and who she was and addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other act. But anyway.
Yeah. Did you have any fight with anybody over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk right over there. Doesn't matter.
All right. What time do you finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time do you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Time between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
Well, like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I got to get back in there. I'm going to be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm going to come to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there, so.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries, kiddo.
All right.
All right. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Good.
In this call, we hear Charlie Adelson say that the undercover mentioned something about her son, meaning that the undercover mentioned something about him. Did the undercover mention anything about Charlie Adelson?
No,
Anything about Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend?
no, not in those words. No.
He did say the name Katie,
Correct.
Tuto, correct?
Correct.
But didn't specify your son, your son's ex-girlfriend, anything like that.
That's correct.
Being that Catherine Magbanua was his last ex-girlfriend, and that's why he's calling her. Is it true, based on the evidence that was collected in this case, that Catherine Magbanua was in fact his last ex-girlfriend?
No.
Okay, so he had other girlfriends in between Catherine Magbanua and the bump,
That's correct.
including who?
Whitney Kick.
Okay. Did he call Whitney Kick at all on the wire?
No,
Did he ever call any other ex-girlfriends other than Catherine Magbanua about this matter?
not about this matter. No.
All right, I want to go to the next day, April 20th, 2016. Do we have a meeting that occurs that day?
We do.
All right, and Charlie and Donna have discussed we're going to meet in person. We don't want to talk on the phone. Did that meeting take place on April 20th?
It did.
Where
I
did
don't
that
know,
meeting take
Giselle.
place?
It started inside their building, but they walked out the back of the building of the
Maybe
icon.
not thinking logic can make you understand
Mrs.
this
Adelson
better.
lives. They walked out the back of it and then walked down the sidewalk, which is a marina right on the water of South Beach. There's a marina right behind their building. They walked down that sidewalk along the water, and there was a restaurant just down from their condo, and they stopped behind that restaurant at a little table and sat at the table right by the water.
Is that restaurant Monty's on South Beach?
That's correct.
What time of day did this meeting occur at Monty's?
Approximately 1 p.m.
How long was the meeting?
About 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that
Were
will
you
be interesting to
present
see
for
the
the meeting?
defense.
I was.
And can you describe sort of their demeanor or what they were doing at the meeting?
They walked very close to each other.
Yeah,
They
the defense
sat,
will be interesting.
kind of next to each other. There's a little round concrete table. They sat next to each other, and they were kind of leaning in intently, talking to each other, very low voices.
Were there any attempts made to record what was being said at that meeting?
Yes, we did try to record it.
Okay. What were the results of those attempts?
We were not able to get close enough to them. They were isolated across the sidewalk next to the water. We weren't able to get close enough to them to be able to capture any audible conversations.
How close did agents get? Did they have bags similar to the ones that were previously described, like recording devices in bags?
There were recording devices in bags, yes. And we were able to get, I think the closest we were able to get is maybe 20 feet from them.
And was the recording from that, was the expert that we heard from earlier, McElveen, able to get any audible words out of that recording?
Not from those recordings, no.
Okay. Was there a photograph taken of this meeting?
Yes, I took a photograph.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 54.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 54 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
I would too be. But then again, he wants to appear not to be frightened or jittery, just in case they were, which they are,
Once this
surveillance
meeting
him.
concluded, what is the next phone call that occurs on the wire?
Charlie Adelson calls Catherine McManua.
And so what time did that call occur?
Can I refer to the
You may.
short? It occurs at 3:14 p.m.
I know, it's just
And
very
In
hard.
this call, are they just giving directions to each other to meet up?
That's correct.
All right. And is that the Dolce meeting?
It is.
Okay. What is Dolce?
Dolce was a pizza sandwich shop. They was next to her business where she worked. It was in a shopping center. They met first in a car, and then they walked into Dolce and sat inside of the restaurant and talked.
Right. And we've heard about the efforts to record the meeting as well as the clarification.
Okay.
Was the clarification that McElveen did put onto the Mo Better video that came from the other recording device in the restaurant?
That's correct.
Okay. And have we also got, for demonstrative purposes, the transcript that will play along with this recording and audio?
Yes.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence that composite exhibit 111.
Any objection to 111?
Now, I do have two separate exhibits, Your Honor. I have 111 with a star, which are demonstrative. We can call that 111A or demonstrative D, whatever's your honor's preference.
Just make sure it's marked as.
Oh, he's going to get up.
Yes, sir. And then we've got
He's ready.
111, which does not have the transcript.
He's ready to get up.
Right, Mr. Rushbaum.
No objection other than our prior objections.
Very well. 111 will be admitted at this time. I will also give the instructions if the.
Thank you, Spacey, for coming in, and we'll
yes, sir.
talk
This
to
is
you later.
about
Thanks
a
for your support.
40 to
Hit the
45
like button.
minute,
Thanks, appreciate
recording.
that.
So for your planning purposes, we can do that and then break for the day, or we can, whatever your honor
The
wants.
newbie tibby girl here.
Break for the day, then after it's published.
Oh, break for the day.
Members of the jury, you are about to view a video recording. I'm going to instruct you that the subjects shown were speaking before the recording starts, and certain portions of the recording are inaudible. Like other recordings, you may determine this recording's context or lack thereof based on what you are
You're
able
not going to hear much, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm going to give you a second
coffee.
instruction now.
I got the
concerning
play out.
Same recording. You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording.
Oh.
The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear and not what you read.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may.
I don't know how many times I heard this thing.
And Judge, for this is the recording that's more difficult to hear, so I would ask that all jurors use the headphones for this particular publication.
Members of the jury would all put on your headphones at this time.
All right, everybody,
Using
headphones.
them already.
Here we go. All right, Charlie O. Let's listen for the 5th time for me. I think I know it by heart.
If anyone needs to adjust the volume, we'll restart it a couple times to make sure everybody's got it correct. Now that we've got everybody's volume adjusted, we're going to start one more time. Go ahead, please.
I can't even hear this one at all. I totally agree with you. I'd be looking over my shoulder all the time, too. No, I can't make a darn thing out of this. It sounds clearer on the internet. on YouTube. How in the world is it? I think they did this on purpose. I almost think this whole transcript and video surveillance, what do you want to call it, is a waste. No wonder they don't want this evidence, because there's no way you could. You don't even know what she's saying. I do too. I totally agree with you, Giselle. I totally agree with you. All right, everybody in chat, can you hear this? Because Giselle and I can't. What a waste of time. I heard better sound of this whole entire tape. It's not that I like to listen to it again. I like to live a happy life, never listen to it again. Ever. Like I said before, I like to rewrite it. Yeah, this is what we were waiting for. Of course, the judge said this is not evidence. Well, why in the world do they put it up here if it's not evidence? Oh, coffee rants. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. No, nobody can hear this. This is ridiculous. What do you think the jury's going to get out of this? You know why they're doing this? Nobody can hear it. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around with me today. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, they can't hear you. You could have headphones on. I have headphones on. Yeah, he would have been losing it. It would be a ginger snap. This is a coffee snap. I miss John right now. Giselle, are you still on the beach? Do you think they knew there was a video here? They picked a really, really noisy place for a reason. It's clear to see that Charlie is very, 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 very concerned about the bump, about the agent coming up to his mother. And then he had to hurry up and talk to Catherine, and then they could meet at this restaurant. And he is a chatter. I thought I was a chatter. Of course, I have to be a chatter when I do this. I am just a natural talker, so. Yeah, it sounds like a normal tone. He does, but I don't know about her. Excuse me. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really annoyed by this. Here's the jury. Nodding each other. Nudging each other. But wait, come on. This is exciting stuff. Keep away. And what does this prove? Oh, I want a nap after this. How far are we in this stupid thing? I have no idea. It's useless. Yeah. I'm gonna take a nap. I'll come right back. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna take a nap. I'll come right back when this transcript's over. Oh, I'm only kidding. Oh, I'm only kidding. Oh, I hope we get a lot of trick or treaters tonight. I love seeing those little kids come up the door and say trick or treat. Little cute little voices. Of course, it's going to be really cold today. Yeah, it's going to be freezing for those little ones. You know why I don't like freezing cold? I don't want to see the whole costume. I love Halloween. I don't care what people say about it. I just love it. The only thing I can hear out of him is the F word. Do you have a point, Charlie? Get the knitting needles out. I can hear the people in the restaurant better than I can them. Oh my gosh, I didn't hear the people in the restaurant, the other ones. Did you guys? Oh my gosh, I could hear the people in the restaurant. I'm getting tired. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't ever remember hearing customers in this video before. I don't. I don't. I really don't. I I don't remember hearing kids in the background, people talking. This is unacceptable. Nobody understands anything. No, I don't either. I understand something. I understand this is not a good thing for the state to put up. I wonder how this thing would hear on speed dial. Excuse me. I have this. Ooh. What do you understand, Spacey? There are better. There's better videos that has better sound than this. You can understand Charlie, but you really can't understand hers. So this is a really bad copy of this tape. You can, if you listen carefully, you can understand things, but I don't want to work that hard right now because I heard it about 3 or 4 times already. Yeah, it sure does, doesn't it? Hi, hearted it? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Oh, let me. Oh my gosh, it does need to be darker. Oh my gosh. I can't stop yawning. I'm so sorry, everyone. Oh, this had to be 30 minutes long. All right, Mom, are we there yet? Oh, can you guys hear me? I'm just curious. Sorry. I was taking a nap. No, I wasn't. Oh, for God's sakes. I mean, really. What do you guys want to talk about? Let's talk over this. Obviously, we're just not getting anything out of this. This is a long transcript. I think they talked like 35 minutes. I wonder if any of the jury members are awake. Oh, so sorry. Yeah. I think I heard them say they were going to end for the day. No, I'm not a sports fan. Snorts fan. I'm not a sports fan. I would too. I'd rather be watching a baseball game. That's even more boring. More exciting than this. What a waste of time. Well, I guess the jury members, what are they doing? Thinking? Doodling. Yeah. I'm knitting. I am making a pumpkin. Oh, good. Oh, here we go. I'll show the chat after I'm done.
For the witness before we rest for the evening.
Ooh.
I'm comfortable resting for the evening.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
well.
Music to my ears.
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you the
All right,
same
everyone.
instruction that I give you every day, but it is important as we progress in this trial.
Yeah, it's going to be cute. I
Please do
will
not discuss
show
the
everybody
case with
online
each other
what I make.
or anyone else. Do not watch any news reports or seek out any information concerning the trial. We will start tomorrow once again at the normal time at 8:45. Please report by 8:30.
I love to knit.
Have a good evening.
Okay. All right. Before we leave, I would like to tell you all thank you very much for hopping on.
We'll collect these the same way we would with the notepads,
I'll
but the jurors
finish
will
and
have
I'll
access
save
to them once
my
again.
little spill. We're free. Yahoo! I can't wait. I'm hungry. That's what I'd be saying. Candy. Candy. Okay, well, thank you everyone for hopping in and joining me today and watching this live trial. And I really appreciate all of you for all the support and the first solo of a trial
Agent Sanford,
covering.
you will need to report tomorrow at 8:30.
Okay, let's stick around and see what's going on.
Testimony. Do the parties have anything that they wish to raise with the court before we go into recess?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, he does. No. Good. They want to go trick or treating.
Always a squeaky wheel. I'm teasing you, Mr. Rashbaum. We're in recess for the evening. We will get started again at 8:30 tomorrow. Have a good evening.
All right. Well, everyone have a wonderful, wonderful Halloween night. And thank you very much for joining me. And I really thoroughly enjoyed covering this live trial with all of you. And I'm glad that the transcript thing is done. And let's see. Oh, great. Yes. Oh, I'm so happy. Yep. I'll see you tomorrow too. And yeah, I mean, it's just been a roller coaster. And yes. Thank you. If you like, please do the YouTubey things, like, subscribe, and all those wonderful things we do. And, you know, when you do watch another live streamer and you like them, make sure you do that too for them and make their day. But anyway, anybody want to say anything before we leave? Have a very, very safe and happy Halloween. Good night, and I shall see you tomorrow. Out. Out.